Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
still going for this way. She would have. Chimera super low.
Trouble, but there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again.
Oh my God!
They lose.
And everyone bow down to Venomcrest. Two-time champions. Bow down to Jay.
And you heard it here first from the man to my far right. Bow down to Irela. We are back once again from the UKEL. It's lower bracket finals, and the winner of this will go to Stoke next weekend, live in the arena with some of us as well. We will see you shortly, but we got to get through this one first. Who is going to go and take on the absolute titan that is Belfast Storm? It will all be decided today. Welcome in, Harold. Welcome in, Rob. I hope you guys are doing well. It's been like a decent season, you know, but we are here. Only 2 game days left, Harold.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 game days left, 2 best of 5s left, most importantly. You know, this is where the nitty-gritty, where the prowess of like the resiliency comes through. When you make it through to this far and you still are capable of pulling through, still showing that you have the willingness to just make it. Well, you know.
And I like to say we've got 3 stages of beard here, right? Like you got like fully grown, you know, mid-grown, not grown. I gotta say, we gotta now think about this, Rob. Like, Broad have many stages in their UKL career, right? They have the season stage where it's like, you know, they're doing okay, they're doing their thing, they're getting their wins that they needed to get to playoffs. Then they have their early playoff stage, which is normally them griefing it and going down to the lower bracket. And then they have their third and final form, right? Which is their strong late game playoff stage where they tend to do a little bit better. But do you feel like they can do it enough today?
I mean, if there's a one phrase that might remind you of Broad, it is the word third, isn't it? Because they've never, ever gotten to finals. And I think that, yeah, they might sit and say, the Ruddy Broads managed to get to the Sunshine Showdown finals last year. That wasn't a real... That was a for fun... D4G got top 3 or something in that tournament. So let's not say that was a serious thing. But come back to the actual point. Broads, they do seem to show up. They grow through the sort of group stage. I do think they take a break, as we know for a fact they took a break before this playoffs. They come often into that upper bracket, and they don't look as solid as they did towards the end of the round robin. And then you sit there and think, oh my God, have they sort of like lost that sort of like shine that you see? You know, we know how good these players are, how good they are on LAN, for example. We know how good the Cabbage Core are on LAN. We know how great they are in general in terms of they won on Lions Creed, these 4 players. Akka's maybe not as successful, but either way, they've looked so solid this split, despite the fall to 5EQ in the upper bracket. I think that series should really have gone Broad's way. They were ahead in all 3 of those games gold-wise. So
we're going to get there.
That game 3 was a throw.
We're going to get there in a sec. First, let's go through the team, right? Harold, break down this team, right? As we said previously, you know, Cabbage Family, Core plus Akka's in the top lane, very well-known top laner in the league. And I feel like this team is probably the most home name of UK League of Legends that you can probably get. But Harold, obviously, we're talking about how their form has been recently. How are you feeling about this team? Do you feel confident about their chances today?
Well, I think they've been actually, as Rob was saying, they've been ramping up throughout playoffs. The early loss to 5IQ was disappointing because I think a lot of us, when we were watching that series, we were thinking about, okay, this is a Broad that has already said this split is supposed to be their split, is the split that they're going to look to go for the deep run. They're going to look to attack those high podium positions. They want to get to LAN, most importantly, you know, UK LAN. And missing out twice in a row in winter and spring doesn't feel great for an organization such as Broad. So they're going to look to go to that into the grand final. Now they have to make it. Now this is where it comes through, and they have been ramping up. They have been playing better and better. They have been taking down opponents. Their 2-0 demolishing of Venomcrest is kind of the point. They've been looking more and more solid as a team that at the beginning of playoffs we had a lot of questions for, because they looked like they were faltering. They were making simple mistakes when it comes to just macro control of the map and just making silly mistakes that we haven't seen Broad do since the start of regular season, basically, when the teams were still a little bit more rusty, or you could say. But now they've been looking more and more solid, so hoping to see the great version of Broad today.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, we want it to be 5 games. We want it to be a great series, regardless of whoever wins and goes to the LAN finals. But there is definitely a big cohort of people that would want Brod to win. Now, let's talk about who they are playing up against. As we've previously mentioned, these two teams have faced before in the upper bracket. This is the team that sent Brod down to the lower bracket. It is 5IQ. Let's bring them up on the screen. And, you know, like, Rob, talk us through this team, because I feel like this team has, again, a lot of notoriety. Like, people in the UK League know a lot of these players. Curb, obviously, multiple times winning, I think NLC, right? I think he won it at least once, maybe even twice. Temporal definitely will know all of the numbers, so he'll probably give them to me a little bit later. Beely, obviously, a very, very known UK player. Dragda coming in as a sub, and so is Chimera, two, again, very well known and very well established UK players.
I mean, it's just a roster where if you give us the variant that had Artorias, ADC, and Prosper support, I'd come in today saying I had Brod as major favourites. But this roster at 5IQ, with Dragda, with Chimera, let's not forget Chimera. I mean, he played a little bit of jungle on Venomcrest, but before that, the last time he played a significant period of time in a split, he played support for Fourth Wall back in like NLC. I think it was NLC Div 2 or NLC Div 1. I can't quite remember which league that was.
He won.
He was
He's
a support
finalist. He's a winner. He's
a winner. He won last split. He came in subbed in for Venomcrest in the finals, playing ADC and mid lane for them, and we both know how that went. And I think that overall, this roster, this variant of 5IQ is the ultimate test. Because if you can beat this roster, you do deserve to go to finals. If this is the roster they had presented back when I did that review show and I wasn't too high on them right at the beginning, or the preview show back at the beginning of the split, I'd have had 5IQ significantly higher because of the quality they've got in this bot lane now. It's a scary, scary roster to come up against, and they've been ramping up. I criticised them for not playing the game. Beely and Nulty, they've been grinding solo queue. They've got hundreds of games at this point. Beely spiking at like 600, 700 LP from like the D2 he was when we first looked at him at the beginning of the split. This is a roster that's ramped up, not just in terms of playing through the split, but in terms of actually putting time in and practice. Really, really, really impressed by them so far this split. Nulty, for me, has been exceptional and is in the discussion for the best jungler in the league. Roulette is obviously there as well, waiting in the final. But this jungler of 5IQ has been absolutely phenomenal. I just have to bring him up because I do think he is the piece that makes them tick.
And I think let's get into this a little bit more, right? Because obviously they did lose in the upper bracket finals, right? And I want to echo what everyone has already said before, because, you know, I was there, I was casting it, right? It was a sentiment of, in game 3 was like, Brod are winning the game, it's done, it's finished, it's all over. We talked about how in game 1 they could have potentially won that one as well. I think all 3 games were definitely winnable by Brod, and I feel like that's kind of my mentality going into today, is that I feel like they have all of the pieces to be successful. They just have to not outplay themselves, right? And predictions came through. I didn't necessarily put this in my prediction, but I will stick by Brod on this prediction. I think they have all the potential to make it today. Harold, is this going to be your final prediction that we do have on screen for you?
Yeah, I do. I predict 3-1 for Brod. I think they've been looking more and more solid. I think 5IQ are a team that punishes slip-ups a lot from what we've seen, especially in the series against Brod. Anytime Brod made a mistake on the map, they were there to punish it really well, and they get to snowball off of that. I don't think Brod are the same team anymore, as I was saying, and it's a team that is going to play a more controlled style, and they're going to play more and more around their carries, which I don't think 5IQ really have an answer for, because right now 5IQ is very much put everything in the Dragdar basket and hope it works out, and maybe Kerberos can play a scaling champion and get to carry you in the later game. And Brod are not that one-dimensional, and Brod can look to shut that down.
And let's also talk a little bit about the fact that this is best of 5. This is also fearless, right? And not that we're going to go back to history, because it is a little bit of a different team than the 5IQ that was at the finals, you know? Shout out to the predictions. But it was a sentiment where they ran out of steam, it feels like, Rob, in the pick and ban phase, right? It felt like they had 2 amazing comps, and then they didn't necessarily have as much to carry them through. And I do wonder, is that a factor that they're going to have to think about again? Or actually, with the changes of this team, are they now a lot more comfortable around the map? And actually, you know what? We're going to have 5 games that can slam every single time.
I also think, just a shout out to an ex-player of the league, I think a certain Faroese top laner might have had the series of his damn life in those last 3 games in that finals. Let's not underplay how well the certain top laner on Venomcrest played that series. I do think that 5IQ, maybe they could see. I think it's a myth about Curb's champ pool. People are like, oh, Curb can't play. He has such a deep champ pool. He'll play weird stuff. He'll play the Varus Deluxe. He can play, obviously, tanks. He can play carries. Yeah. Cho'Gath, he has the Yorick in there as well. He has a Vayne. I think that, yeah, it's weird picks, but he can also go back to the standard stuff as well. Got a Mundo, as we also know. I don't think it's going to be as big of a deal here because of the way that the dynamics of how they want to draft is. Rod seemed to want to put Akkers on an island, get Porp sort of out on the map, playing for QQR, playing for Spark. We saw how good Spark looked in that game against Venomcrest as well, the series. And I think that when it comes to 5IQ, a lot of the time, they've always given priority on getting Curb ahead. Give Curb that R5, give Curb that counter pick. And these are two very differing styles. Akkers is happy to take the Scions and the Cho'Gaths and the blind picking top laners. Yes, can play carries, but usually goes towards those tanks. And then Curb is like, listen, I am always going to get counter pick because I have that champ pool that enables me to do that. So we're interested to see how Broad navigate this, because what happens is that you get nullified in that top lane, a Vayne comes out. We know how good Curb could be on that Vayne. Are they going to ban it? Then it comes to what about, the jungle matchup with Porp? How is that going to play out? Because we saw an Orianna Nocturne, which I can tell you behind the scenes, a certain Gucci was flamed for playing that too many times at the beginning of the split, and suddenly Broad bring it out. Thank you, Nemly, for flaming me. I just want to shout that guy out for complaining all the time in my DMs about being Ori merchants. But the fact is that they bring that out in the previous round. They show that they can play that combo. That is an incredibly strong combo. It enables Porp and QQR to be very active in teamfights and be the initiation they need. And then you have Zeta, who I think looked really phenomenal. So this is a matchup where, for draft, where is it going to go? What's Chimera playing at the moment? Is he an Enchanter kind of guy? He can play the engages and those kind of supports, but what's his practice on those? This is a big discussion point in draft where I think the first game will already feel out exactly what we're expecting, especially from Chimera. We don't actually know what he's been practicing. Is he just coming in off the cuff? Is he just going to go, I'll play Leona, guys, it's fine? Or is he going to come in with some special stuff himself?
Time for a 2023 throwback and the Lissandra support counter into the Rakan. Just as a throwback to finals as well.
It works.
Yeah,
I like Lissandra Rakan a lot, actually. That's a big win in my book. But one thing I want to talk about, right, Harold, is I want to go back to Rob's point about like how the teams want to play around the map, right? Obviously, Kerberos being quite the key factor for 5IQ. You also brought up the fact that they would potentially want to play down to Dragdar. And obviously, I feel like that is kind of the matchup that I would say is probably one of the most important in these two, right? The bot lane for Broad is massive. We've talked about it time and time again. Spark is a very, very key player to their success. And actually, if Inquick switch it up and go down to Dragdar being the one that they want to put pressure onto, maybe, just maybe, Inquick can just take out the main win condition for Broad. But we are into pick and bans. We're going to see some taken off the board immediately. The Syndra, the Nocturne that we already talked about a little bit with the Orianna, the Brom, the Ezreal banned away by Quick, interestingly. That's a little bit surprising. And also around? The Aurora taken off the board.
Never mind. I do think this will be, in fact, possibly the drafts need to be reversed. I'm just going to bring that one up. We seem to sometimes have a problem with that. The Orianna
or it might be that they're just banning it so that they can get it next round or something. I don't know. I'm still surprised, though. I don't know why they would ban Ezreal if it is that way around. So, production, do let us know if we do need to have a little swap round of the names. But Orianna going to be picked up first.
Yeah, the Orianna first pick, probably one of the best mid laners in the patch right now. I feel like very strong control mage. Shockwave is always going to have value, and with the flexibility, of build, also like currently with the raw Seraph's build, being able to just tank the main engage right now, pretty good mid champion. As we see, but as we have received confirmation, the teams are swapped around, so
there we go.
Makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, and the Varus, they're being picked up, right? You talked about how Orianna is strong on the patch. I feel like Varus has been on the patch for a long time with the Wukong. I feel like they're just very, very standard picks to kick us off, Rob.
Yeah, really, really standard. I also think it's a good takeaway from Beely. Very, very, very good at that Orianna, and it is one which is good in that isolated matchup. The Varus here, don't forget, is a flex, although Varus Top hasn't been around for a very long time. He was the innovator of Radiant Virtue Varus Top, so you've got to put respect on the name of Kerberos for that one. The Wukong, not surprising. Pop, none of this is really surprising at all. Wukong very good for Nulti, he's shown very, very, very good performance on it so far. Poppy is a flex, can go to Akkers, can go to Zeta, can also go to Porp. Historically had a very good Poppy, and the Corki, we saw how good Spark was that in the previous round against Venomcrest. So far, nothing really surprising or any kind of weird picks coming out of this draft. Again, all my expectation is Inquick are going to give Curb R5. That is what we expect. We know Top is coming last pick, and everything else is sort of falls by the wayside. For me, that top matchup is so important for the sort of what the trend is going to be for the rest of this game as we see the Taliyah lot. Not a surprise, but a hard matchup into Orianna.
It's a lot of poke though coming out from Talia and the Varus, and I feel like when these last two teams met, there was that one pick in game 3 where like it was really good engage coming out from Broad, but then Inquick had this really weird pick where they just had all poke, and they ended up basically allowing themselves to be in a position where they couldn't let Broad in, and they did make it happen. So you know what, I do hear it for BD to go for this Talia, but obviously we will have to see how that one plays out. Roam's going to be of the most important part, especially once they get to level 6. So with that being said, on to the second phase of bans. Gragas taken away, I think, is the absolute standard against Akkers, who is not banning away this champion, and then the Cho'Gath going to come through. So a few top laners that they just want to take out of the champion pool.
Yeah, this is looking like the Broad want to secure the Scion already. Cho'Gath is probably one of the worst Scion top lane matchups. Head to head, you can just silence the Decimating Smash. Darius, another one of the notorious bad matchups for the Scion. Surprised no Vayne ban, because when you have a Talia, you can try and set up for a possible Vayne top draft. I mean, when Kerberos has so many angles that he can pull out in draft, that you can have to target the champions that you don't really want. There it is.
Okay, so
respect.
Yeah, initially it felt like, where is this Poppy going? Because if they're going to ban Darius, maybe they were threatening it still as a flex, right? Because the Darius would be a very frustrating matchup for Poppy to have to play. With the Vayne ban now, I do think you're right, Aaron. I do think it is going to be the Scion. Nautilus pickup as well isn't that surprising. The Rel ban, don't forget this sort of Poppy pick early into Rel pick later is what they did against Venomcrest, and it worked really, really well. They're going to go for the Iona. That makes complete sense. Just take it. You need an engage. You look at your current comp. You need something to go in, because nothing is really going to be primary engage. Big thing here is if you go Scion, I do think you're very, very reliant on a solar flare. And I don't really, when I look at this Poppy, I don't really like it that much in the context of what you're playing into. You're really running into not the easiest to play team comp, right? The Talia, the Varus. What is Poppy really doing here? What is she denying? What is she actually, how is she making plays? Very surprising to me that they don't try and put this top. But I guess if it is Scion, then Porp's going to bring out his famous Poppy.
I think it's also just a little bit odd to pick so early, but you know, the Scion is being hovered, the Poppy is going to be in the jungle, and now it is all down to the final pick of Kerberos, which obviously, as we highlighted, could be a lot of different things. Do you think maybe it is going to be the Darius now that we talked about it a little bit earlier, Harold?
I think it could be more likely towards the Yorick right now. It is not the greatest matchup into the Scion, in my opinion, as the Scion gets to just free scale, but you get just perma prio on the side. You're just going to be a threat on, like, there's also
it's Varus top. Yes, it's Varus top.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
It's a tank killer. It's a tank killer, and it is a special coming out from Curb. He knows how to play. You can say you don't like it. It's a tank killer, and it's one of if Curb doesn't want to play Yorick. You said it doesn't feel great, honestly, in the rest of this game as well. I'll be honest. If I look at other tank killers he plays, what is there? Well, it is really only the Varus with the Vayne gone. He doesn't want to play the Darius. He's probably concerned about having to run into the enemy team. I get why he's doing it. It's going to end up probably being a whole. Is it Hullbreaker still? I don't even know what the tank Varus top build is anymore. It used to be great. Gwynsu's into Hullbreaker. But maybe he goes
probably Blade into Hullbreaker into Titanic.
We'll have to see.
So this is the thing, right? And I will say, like, if I was to take all nameplates off, I'm like, okay, I really like Broad and Friends. I will say I'm a little bit surprised. I still don't know if I love the Poppy, right? That's definitely the bit that's like kind of the piece of the puzzle that is not exactly fitting for me. But I do think they got a lot of damage, right? They got a lot of team fight potential here. However, it's very reminiscent of that comp that I didn't like from Inquick before, where it was like, there's a lot of poke, they can keep you at range, it's hard to get towards their damage dealers, and, you know, if we do go to the later stages of the game, Sivir is very dangerous, Talia becomes a problem, Kerberos will be able to tank shred, so I do feel like there is a world where, like, Inquick, if they can just hold the game steady, are going to be quite favoured for me.
I mean, that's the key word, no? Just keeping it steady into a composition that has playmakers such as Poppy. It's not going to be simple, because as much as, like, yes, they have a lot of poke, yes, they have a lot of zone denial on the side of Inquick, Poppy can just play flashy. And the zone denial is gone. She is now on top of your backline and knocking them out. Also, I am worried about a possible lack of upfront damage on the side of Inquick. Because as the fights go on, yes, they will have enough damage. They have double AD carry and Talia and the Wukong. They're going to have plenty of damage as the fight goes on. But when it comes to before a fight, trying to poke out this triple front line on the side of Broad, I don't know if it is enough what they have, because this is likely not going to be a lethality Varus. This is going to be the on-hit Varus, the tank Varus, or whatever variant Kerberos decides to whip out today. And Sivir and Talia, yes, they have poke, but it's not like a Jace, it's not like a Syndra. It is very limited and very mid to short range. So it really comes down to the question, can you create enough space for a fight to be in your favor, or do you just get kind of boned by the triple engage frontline combo, bro?
Well, there is only one way to find out all this information, and that's to stay tuned. We're going to throw this one to the casters for Game 1. Trajan and Temporal, take it away.
Thank you very much, J-Real and Desk. My name is Trajan. Temporal. Now, this is the first time on the casting desk in the Formation, for this split at least. A lot of hosting, a lot of desking, a lot of watching and observing. But now we're going to do a bit of shouting, because we've got Friends and Inquick, and these two comps, I feel like they both want to run into each other with 5 people and explode at some point. So I'm quite excited for that. But how are you feeling about this Game 1 setup?
It's pretty exciting. I think our teams have been watching a little bit of LPL and LCK. I think the core key priority is not a huge surprise, but we still got a little bit of that original flavor. We got a Kerberos Varus flex from R1. We've got Orianna out of the gates because we're here to team fight. Neither of these teams, I think, will be relying on the death push unless something really goes wrong and it's like Kerberos versus the world, which I don't think it's going to be. But at the same time, nice and balanced. Big team fight. Everyone feeling confident, I think, is what I'm taking away from this draft. There's no like, ooh, we've got to cut off this piece of our identity to like go around and get a winning condition. It's just like, no, we shall fight, man.
Yes, I think you got to be feeling confident coming into this one as well. I mean, Inquick is from a team that we had so many questions about at the start of this split, just with from a can they still go perspective. Some of these plays that we're still seeing, even though it's not necessarily the same 5 that we started with, Nulty perhaps is the biggest example of this. The old dogs have been going in a very big way. They have been hitting incredibly hard. So Nulty on Wukong, teamfight impact, maybe not the strongest ganks early on, but that's about it. This champ is so good right now. And watching this matchup between Port and Nulty, trying to see who's going to get the better of the jungle and lead that team to success. They are very much in-game leaders. Is going to be very, very pivotal today. Who earns the chance to get a train to Stoke in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I don't want to sort of break Porp's hopes and expectations, but I think the Poppy side of this matchup is way harder. You're looking to like deny Inquick coming forwards, maybe bop someone away. You're then on like a very strict timer to get enough value out of your Orianna and Leona, like holding enough people down to like then proceed through the fight before Inquick come back together. Your steadfast presence is a very long cooldown, and then Inquick can just throw a depth charge and all right click you, which if they are together, a Telia wall or a Chains of Corruption goes a lot easier than Poppy plus something else.
Yeah, and for Inquick, when you're staring down Leona, Sion, to a lesser extent Poppy, but largely Leona, Sion, you're trying to protect this Varus, you're trying to protect a Sivir. You have Talia Seismic Shove, I guess. You've got, I guess, defensive Wukong ult, but you really don't want to have to be ulting the tanks defensively, right? That's not what you want to be doing. And then Nautilus, I suppose, which again probably wants to be trying to catch Orianna and Corki. I'm wondering how safe the backline is going to be for Inquick against these teams, or who is going to be peeling, who's going to be engaging. And maybe both of these teams might have to suffer that same question, is does our frontline go in, or do they sit back? Who is actually at risk in this fight?
Yeah, there's that sort of moderation backwards and forwards. Because the backlines, like this game has a reasonable chance of going quite long. Sivir at level 18, not the squishiest in the world, still got the shield. If we have tank Varus, I'm leaning a little towards a little bit of magic damage here for the Varus. So we'll see how that goes. But I think like a Nash's Tooth probably goes absolutely ridiculous this game. Being able to poke then disrupts what we spoke about and makes it much easier for Inquick to play out the 5v5, which would be really nice.
Yeah.
So with that, do you want to talk about our predictions? You want to see what you saw into my head?
Yeah, we saw.
As I see a temporal out in Twitch chat.
the lone Ink-Quick stalwart here to pour. The rest of the desk cast is Broad favor, but even as the analysts would admit and have admitted in the green room, this is largely a heart bet on Broad, right? This is Broad at peak. The way I put it in the green room chat was Broad at peak makes this competitive. If Broad decides to rock up and lose to themselves, as they have done time and time again in 2025, Ink-Quick are going to steamroll them, and that's going to happen. But I'm hoping that this upswing is going to land them all the way up at Stoke, at least for my prediction to be correct. But it'd be so easy for Ink-Quick to completely outclass them today, depending on who's at the keyboard, you know?
Today I'm kind of spoiled. I think you're completely correct. We have to see, like, high-level Broad today for them to succeed. And if I predicted them, if I got to Axe DM saying, like, you can do this, King, I don't think they're gonna make it.
It wouldn't happen. That's not how the
I think
works.
I think the curse will be there. The hubris, absolutely. I see the the twins are on holiday, so we got a little bit of a different Ink-Quick. Enjoy your holiday, fellas. I hope you have a nice surprise in a few hours. And with it, you know, you kind of got to measure, is Dragdar without so many official games gonna be the same Dragdar? Are we gonna have the Chimera support performance? In fact, it looks like he's playing for both teams there. Never mind. So we get
a bit
into
of a
game.
defection, perhaps, but
His Nautilus was good, but often punished last time he played support in competitive. So there's this extra layer of which team will be able to get their peak form out today. And to say it's going to be this or this, I feel like if I say it's Broads, they're going to be cursed. So I'm hoping for a series. So I
we'll
got
have to not say anything. Yeah, we'll have to predict Ink-Quick and not speak the words. But it feels like Ink-Quick, we are with Chimera coming in here, Dragdar as well, Nulty back in. They're gonna go for that aggressive hook, not even an auto afterwards, just hook and back away. The discipline, the discipline from Chimera support right there. But it's like you're plugging in undeniably talented veteran players into that bot side that do not have not had a whole split playing together, that have not had a whole split playing with this roster, and a Sivir that you want to be able to scale up and become that kind of late game win condition alongside Kerberos, it must be said. We're relying, I think, on a high baseline getting us away from the potential growth that Broad has hopefully seen throughout this split, where they do kind of continue to grow as this 4-stack, and now with Akkers growing into a 5-stack, continuing to, yes, have their downs, but also their ups. And they had such a fantastic set of ups against Venomcrest that if they can climb up to the level that many of these 5 IQ players have just been at kind of naturally just in themselves, we could have a really, really good series today. And
it's great to highlight. Zeta did so well against Venomcrest. We will see Broad and Venomcrest in the RPS no matter what. Beely, I like the trading with the RNR at this stage. I think probably not going to make the biggest difference, seeing as everyone's rocking teleport, and I don't think we'll need to see an immediate dragon with these compositions. Keep that in mind, though. But when Zeta had such a fantastic show against Venomcrest, and I saw Chimera on the roster, I was like, it's not Prosper, who I can agree had a rocky start, and his Bard always leaves everyone with feelings. We're instead going for, like, a long-time support who's on a peak right now, up against Chimera, who's not been here frequently. And while he's a fantastic player, immediate teleport back in from Beely with the tier. Very interesting to burn that early. Might be looking... I don't even think you'd make it before first dragon. We'll have to see if that makes a difference. QQR, summoner advantage. If he's not leaning towards the tier of the goddess instant recall, which is a bit out of flavor, I must admit, in the current meta. And we'll have to see. That might be a big tempo TP later.
Yeah, I think the big names that we often end up looking at on MVPs and highlight reels, Broad has Spark, of course, in the bot lane. There's Akkers in the top lane as well. The Porp jungle games when they go crazy. Zeta earning some MVPs the last time. But for 5IQ, we're almost... Hang on a second. We'll pick that up in a second. We'll see if Mr. Tickle wants to get this one going, wants to remind Akkers of the Scion lifestyle that he has become so accustomed to. Kerberos not the healthiest, but they've got a fat wave to work through, and now Akkers hiding behind the turret. We're just going for plates right now. Beely arriving. This could be the point where they go for the kill, but has Akkers got enough time to thin the wave out? Here comes the shield. It's first blood for Kerberos. Beautifully managed by 5IQ.
It's a real shame that there's not a huge amount of punish. We haven't got the jungler up in mid. Porp currently on a recall to, like, push the wave in. It'll be a few creeps down from Beely, but not a major loss compared to what they've just gained by punishing Akkers, giving the kill over to Kerberos. He's got his ghost on, he's got his boots through. Still not a huge indication of which build he's going to pick this game, but it's going to be the damage either way, and making Sion's life so much harder before he's got a chance to stabilize, before he's got a chance to ensure that he's going to make it to late game.
As I was saying before that top dive, I think the players that we end up talking about, or the player we end up talking about the least on 5IQ on Inkquick, is often Beely in the mid lane, right? This has been the quieter lane for Inkquick. We've had Dragdar in and out, we've had the Artorias for ups and downs, and Kerberos in that top side, and Ulti putting on masterclasses. We don't tend to speak of Beely as much. Into QQR, that has on his side been at times a more exploitable lane for Broad. I do feel like this gives Broad a more comfortable matchup here to play with, not as much pressure for QQR to play under, and when they can get him to the team fights nice and healthy, he's so good. And I just don't think Beely is going to be the guy to push for solo kills to really knock him out of the lane. We'll see if he can prove me wrong, I suppose. But that's, I guess, for 5IQ, I'm wondering if this mid lane might be a little quiet when they could use another threat maybe on the map.
Porp standing by at the moment. Lane swap means that they will be going towards these grubs. Zeta currently making his presence known there in the river. Bit of an awkward angle. I think Porp should probably be looking to try and get behind here. They've conceded the dragon. It's a bit of a loss.
Oh, Beely, no flash. In comes QQR. Can't get the ultimate. The flash is traded. The Orianna ultimate needed to be on frame 1. Sadly, it wasn't. Beely will just use the flash. He's not got the TP, of course, but Drake for Inkquick on the back of it is going to be happy for them.
Yeah, I think no matter which way the grubs goes, that's a pretty good trade for 5IQ. They committed all of their members to the top side so early on, and we haven't really seen a movement or a path that has had Porp mirrored up on something equally as valuable. Instead, flashes traded in mid is nice, but you've got to come back to make it worth it.
Okay.
Whether they get a kill on Kerberos here or not.
Does he know? Does he have the critical information? He's got Ghost, he's got Flash. Easy Flash on the E, so Porp stripping both flashes from the solo lanes. Zeta was there as well in case of a chance with the TP back into mid lane. So overall, probably going to catch all those waves, but the carries for 5IQ, these critical lanes they want to keep topped up, they're going to have to be careful for a few minutes.
It was a minute. What was that? A minute or 16 seconds? 16 seconds away. I know what 7 minutes is. No, 8 minutes. Brain, switch on. I'm panicking a little bit like Broad might be now. It seemed like they were on rails towards Dragon earlier on to me. They've saved onto the tempo Timpi. They let top lane suffer a bit. Phase of Corruption flashed away.
Okay.
There, Zeta read that one like a book. But now with everyone at Grub's, Dragon already down, they've managed to trade up a flash in last minute, but they haven't been able to attack any of 5IQ before this objective. Notley currently running for his life.
He's level 6 right now as well. You can see Porp getting shredded, but he's got the shield. And in comes the rotation. In comes the damage from Spark. They get that first kill. QQR with the credit. Beely flew in with the Weaver's Wall and trades one back. But now Chimera with nowhere to go. Kerberos with no Varasalt. Remember, they lost it onto Zeta just a moment before. And a flashless Beely will at last be picked up. 3 kills on the trot in that play for Broad.
Porp went low there. It was pretty decent. Beely eventually falling. 5IQ do go the kill down. I think that will have been the difference with the flashes. They committed really deep for a Poppy there, not forgetting that a health bar is just a little bit more valuable at the end with the shield and the cooldowns ready. Not able to convert, despite having the Cyclone, the level up on the jungler. Not enough. Broad and Friends strike back, leading gold, but I want to see them start to stack up those objectives. We think this one's going late. The dragons matter, the grubbies matter, and 5IQ are there first.
Absolutely. Multi not dissuaded by that last play. Picks up the first scrub. Of course, no ultimate ready, but Broad and Friends just don't seem to be in a great position to contest it. The tank line stepping in to see what can be done as 5IQ peel back. Tickle looking for that second one. A smite fight. Daddy wins. And so that will be enough done. Doesn't choose to stick around for the third, but maybe they've drawn Porp into a bit of a trap right now. Where's the damage? He gets all 3 of them, in fact. Now Porp's left alone, but can they catch Kerberos trying to rotate over? Nice catch by Zeta, gets one back, and Spark doesn't get over the wall, has to flash. QQR on the rotation, Nulty looking for a little bit more, but this is going south for Inkquick. They get the grubs at least that are being chased back to the tower. Porp as well waiting. QQR, in fact, on the rampage. We talked about the quieter mid lane tempo, but QQR is 4-0 already.
He's doing it. Beely has been around places, but QQR has been sweeping up these fights over on the blue buff. And then they did manage to get one grub out of that with the extended fight. Trajan so much more valuable. Dragdog currently enjoying a little bit of a faux top lane setup here. It's
Yeah.
really hard to see that 5IQ have got these objectives sort of in mind. I'd say 2,000 gold lead now, which Brod has, is more valuable. They do have to start striking back. Dragon in a minute, so we're sort of in this phase where Grubs took a long time. So now Dragon isn't very far away. Kerberos going to be away on this Varus. See, AD carries, they're messing me up. Top lane, bot lane, which lane are they in?
Wherever Akers goes, there's an AD carry to lane against, unfortunately. So not his favourite day, I suppose. But
TP advantage for Akers at this one, though. And I do want Brod to start sort of pull the trigger now. Corki, if he can get this Trinity Force in the next few seconds, I don't think he's going to be able to. I don't think we have the gold. But if not at this objective, the next one needs to fight back sooner rather than later. They have this strength, they have this power, without letting Sivir scale, without letting Kerberos become an absolute machine later in the game. They have to try and strike now.
Kerberos back to the Akers bullying lane in top side. 30 seconds on the Drake. With 4 kills on QQR, he's got to be so close to that Seraph's or the Archangel stuff at this point. But it means that Orianna ultimate, if it lands in that team fight, it's gonna be massive. If it misses, however, we do lose a fair amount of value from that 4-0 record, where Spark 0-0-5, he'd love to have enough gold to be Triforced up already. But sadly, he's not going to be in that position.
I think we've got away with a few things as well, where Porp has like found an exit through charging into someone who's in like a rough position. Maybe that'll get him over Beely Stones. They're gonna pull the dragon here and invite the fight. I think Brod do need to do this. The speed here, the sort of impetus is on them. If they don't make this move, 5IQ will happily see them in a few waves time. They'll happily draw this one out for a few extra minutes.
Now, Akers has TP. He's healthy enough to come in here. Kerberos, of course, with nothing of the sort. It can be a 5v4 if Brod wants it, and I think Inquick maybe have to be aware of that one. They're not going to fully contest it. They definitely made Brod take a fair old minute starting that and getting it done, so a bit of wasted time, but the objective will still go over to the Brods as they back away with an Inferno Rift in this game number 1 Temporal. A pretty impactful soul to be playing for, and I believe that plate goal goes to nobody as well. So Inquick, we'll see what the next play on the map for them is. It has been largely Brod dictated, as now Beely going for what worked before. Flash away from Akers. I'm not sure if he was expecting a seismic shove, but we've got something has gone wrong right here. So let's just
that chains of corruption was reacted to, read like a book, front to back. I'm not sure the lag pause here is a good enough excuse in my book. I'm just kidding. We've got some technical issues. We're gonna figure it out.
We'll see what's going on with that one, but that was certainly a strange passage of play in the top tower. It looks like at the very least, regardless, Akers is not gonna die at the end of it. But that was an online League of Legends tournament looking clip. That's what that was.
10 out of 10. Yes. I really like that he sort of pulled the Q, did a bunch of damage, about half of Kerberos' remaining health, and I was like, this dive is defendable. Then the Chains of Corruption was just like it's not defense, it's attack time. That's where we're going here. Stay under this tower and, you know, prepare to be lawn mode. It's awful.
We don't like act defend. We're here for attack only. So, and he has been dealing pretty well with this Scion, right? It's a classic Akers pick, and we know Akers is this stalwart solo top lane kind of Ronin up there that can play the carries, but normally is on something that is absorbing pressure rather than dishing it out necessarily, and he's showing that to a T right now. He did get dove, and there wasn't too much he could do about that. Inquick executed it very well, but since then he's been catching the waves, he's been laning exactly where he needs to be, he's ready with the TP to threaten, he's not losing it by taking a bad trade and losing the TP where he shouldn't have it, so kind of exactly what the role requires from Akers so far. But Kerberos, I think that Varus is going to step up later on. That's where we're going to see multiple items, potentially the early tank items, as he kind of suggested, into a lethal tempo Varus that doesn't die straight away, and suddenly he's 1v5ing.
He'll certainly be able to make it hard for Scion on sides, right? Because we've got the Orianna as well, who's okay at sides, but we're looking like a solid 6 out of 10. Instead of like your 7s, 8s, 9s, where an Aurora would be fine on sides, where a Scion would be fine on sides. And it's just a little bit questionable as to whether we're gonna get there. We do have an internet issue from Dragdar, is where we're at right now. I think I'm going to make an executive decision that unless my producer knows more than me, I think we're going to hit a quick break. This one might take us a few minutes. Not too long, though.
No, we're going to take a repeat of this curve play. so no. Why are we doing this?
No, we're back in game. The change of corruption's gone. All right, never mind.
We're not doing
Forget
the classic casual QBM replay. That's not what we're doing. Yeah. We're actually just straight in. Okay, now they are pretty low, and Curb still has plenty of damage to dish out. You know, still waiting on that Blade of the Ruin King or whatever the start is going to be, so Akkus can still contest. He has the ultimate as well, so if Curb gets any lower, he'd have to be a little worried, and he's going to pull the recall in fact.
Alright, not the end of the world. Looking at both sides of the map right now, junglers both likely to head down towards the spot side. There is a bit of value here. Dragdar has been left on his own for a while, so it's not 5 assists worth of lead, but he's had some minions. He's had more experience, at least he should have, without our little purple lines. We won't know. With that in mind, it might be time to burn some cooldowns, might be time to burn some flashes. Both teams will value this. Quick base out of Mr. Tickle, so Notley's going to be late if Porp does decide to commit here. Maybe just going to be a retreat with an eye on the Herald for now, though. I think maybe a bit of a missed opportunity for a lane gank there. I think Brod's bot lane looked pretty fearsome with that Triforce through. It's like a really big spike.
Oh, there's the old Kerr flashing away there. We flagged it up and Akkus saw the same thing. Uses the ultimate, but Kerberos now flashless, which could be important, as remember, we'll want that massive Orianna to hit for Brod and friends, and Varus only really has flash as a way to escape that threat. So we'll see if that can be punished in the next few minutes, as we do want Brod to keep the pace high if they want to make use of this, right? The gold advantage is not going to stay relevant forever, and if we go late against Varus and Sivir, we have discussed how that is perhaps not the best idea.
Yeah, there's always like the counterpoint of like, oh, here we go, the big flank. Never mind. Beely just saying hi. Small flank. And when you've got Sion and Talia in the game, that's always a big threat that someone could just plow through and either block terrain and force you to flash, or long range Malphite ult and force you to flash.
Do they know? The flash stuns the wall. I don't think they knew Temporal, and Dragdar so low. There's the first kill for Spark. Chimera with the flash hook cannot escape a hunting Zeta. Lovely setup from Pop. The Poppy now really getting rolling, and that bot turret's not long for this world either.
With Herald coming up, that is all of Chimera's summoners and ultimate gone. Kerberos is gonna try and walk Akkus down here. I think he should be fine to just walk this one off.
Ghost, Rageblade, Akkus, no flash, no ulti is getting peppered down. Every skill shot landing. There's a man who knows how AP Varus top works.
Absolutely, the Ginsu's completed. Maybe a little bit of a surprise how much extra damage it adds on top of the attack speed. It just allowed Kerberos to hit multiple max blight stack abilities. In fact, he's just going to take a tower shot there just to get the extra hit in. Is how much he wants to start ramping, start pushing this top lane now. But with the item through, he's going to be so much more powerful.
And this is what we would expect from the progenitor of top Varus. And just you go and call it. You basically walk up to a full HP Scion as an AD carry and go, no, I win this. At 15 minutes, that is someone who absolutely knows the champion they're piloting down to a T. So that's a good sign. And it is kind of a shot in the arm for Inquick right now, because the game was starting to get away from them there. The fights weren't going bad, the dives going bad. They lost first turret to Spark down there, so another feat going the way of Broad and Friends. That's going to be to the what's the name of the boots? Triumphant boots secure for them as well. So
absolutely.
So a bit of value there. So they need this Varus. They need something to get going on the map before it kind of spirals out of control. We have got into another pause. We'll see what the deal is right now. I believe this might have been a Broad and Friends side as opposed to an Inquick. So we're all struggling on the UK internet infrastructure today. But at least
as a top lane main of like a decade, it's okay. It's okay, boys. You're there for the big swing later on. It's okay to be selfless. It's okay to have some packet loss. It's not crazy. It's okay. Your pride not admonished.
Yeah, they call that the Hermes. The constant package loss coming here from the UK League, sadly. As we are gonna just take a quick look at where the map is right now. So we've got Kerberos starting to scale up. We're getting back into the action just now. There should be a dragon to contest soon, and Broad now have a chance to go for a big kind of knockdown team fight with this strength that they have. Now they've gotten a bit of gold into Spark. Again, they've got this Orianna ultimate that's going to be really impactful if it hits, and you don't want to overplay into Intquick. So there's a chance for Intquick to you know, buy the whole game back right here if they get a good Dragon team fight. But this could be a very pivotal moment for the next 15 minutes, that Dragon.
It's a close one. We've just got Seraph's completed and on the Orianna, so she's less of a potential target. I think the Herald going over is going to be uncontested, but it's going to be a movement down to Dragon now that 5IQ have to intercept an interesting Cyclone. Dragdar being able to speed people up. It's going to have to be from mid towards Dragon because Akka's is already so deep.
Whoa, we go. Managed to curve it round the Varus there. Kerberos not able to get himself in the way with no summoner, sadly, so he survives and now critically keeps himself healthy enough for this Dragon in 10 seconds. So we're back on the pause screen, everybody. They are really dragging the tension out in this first game to Portal.
It's absolutely palpable. I can cut it with a knife. Or
This fight
beelining towards this
be
Dragon. He is going to be caught on one of those two wards that Intquick managed to get in deep off that last rotation while the Herald was going down. So the members of 5IQ will see the approach of Porp's Poppy here, which hopefully they don't overextend into like they did at Brod's Blue Buff just a few minutes of game time ago. We're just holding on now to see when the game will resume.
Yes, and we need to see, can Porp or the frontline Akkers as well also, you know, managed to survive and did not lose his life, but also lost the ultimate, still doesn't have the flash, I believe, so a little bit of that backline threat that we spoke about, trying to get on top of the Sivert and the Varus and knock them out of the fight. It's not going to have as much sting. Porp is going to have to do a lot of work, Zeta as well. It's going to be on them to threaten the carries and keep them from spinning up in the fight to the point where they're doing a lot of damage. And just getting those one big fights off. Then for Spark, picking that target, right? Pick the moment to dash in, get a bit of burst down, and see if you can kind of take control of the play there. So by the way they're walking towards it, both top laners, or both mid laners I should say, are top lane with TP. They are going to slam TP as soon as this fight looks like it's going to maybe happen, and the rest of them are going to pile in. So this is that 5v5 that I was expecting, and I'm sure it'll be the first of many.
Yeah, I can definitely see it. Like, I think at the moment the Orianna is clearing the wave slightly quicker, so it's just going to be like QW the back, kill the front, TP immediately. You've got 30 seconds on the clock. Get the presence, get the objective, and get back to the wave.
And don't get seismic shoved out of your TP like a chump. Okay, don't do that. That's not what you want to do.
It's happened to me before. Yep.
And
it's painful.
We've all been there, and I guess on Bailey's side, don't get shockwaved out of your TP either. Also, like a chump. So they might end up both just neither of them make it if they both just whiff the TP. We'll see how safe they're going to play it on that one. But for Brod, giving this in a game like this, when they're at peak form, right? So far they seem like they are playing awake. They're warmed up. They're playing as we feel like they should, and one of the next hallmarks of Brod and Friends is playing well today is the team fights are super well managed. Now we've unfrozen right now with the Dragon almost up. If Brod are actually all there right now, then we are I'm expecting at least a very well managed, methodical team fight from them that looks super synergized, and it's going to be up to Intquick to manage with that.
All right, Beely is off the wave, using passive to just try and get down towards this objective a little bit quicker, maybe throw up a wall to help push Brod away. Here comes the teleport.
Okay, here we go. Looks like Beely just walked his way down, didn't even need to use them, so still has the ultimate. Kiku are TPing in, they've got the 5-stack of Brod coalesced on the top side. Beely has a nasty potential Talia wall flank there, just watch him, he's waiting for it. In. Onto that first Chimera knockup though, he's going to go down first surely, but there comes the Weaver's Wall. Nulty so very low, the knock away leaves Dragdar exposed, but can they actually get onto him? Kerberos as well was knocked away, the Dragon's still very high, 5 members of Brod still alive, flash in, Akka's knockup onto Kerberos, and all of Brod collapse down on Varus's head. That's the synergy we expect from Brod and Friends. Porp wants to keep it going, found his way onto Dragdar, Spark's hungry for more, out comes the bomb, there's one kill as Nulty scatters back to the turret. Brod and Friends, decisive Dragon Pit win.
Ack drifts, Ack protects, but most importantly, Ack attacks that flash forwards, the unseen Q, the deadliest as 5IQ, unable to find their way back around the terrain. Couldn't quite make the most of splitting the carries despite QQR and Spark. being so zoned out. Zeta and Akers managed to hold on with the redemption in the front line. That is Dragon stacking now, momentum favored for Broad. They go to a colossal 5,000 gold lead before the 20-minute mark, and it is now on 5 IQ to start to survive, where before they were on even footing. The first strike was in their favor. It's been 2 in a row for Broad and Friends. They have a well and true lead, 5 IQ on the ropes.
We're ticking off the Broad and Friends checklist one by one. We've had the hyperactive Porp early game done. We've had the synergistic team fighting done. And now this leaves us with only the last key in the Broad and Friends game plan. And that is throw the massive gold lead you now have. So we'll see if they're going to diverge from their usual game plan, which I believe they did exactly against 5 IQ in the regular season. I believe that was something like a 9k gold lead throw we saw, as Akers is going to be under pressure again, but does have the ultimate to get his way out of there. There he is, going to charge his way up the river. So, Broad, time to shatter the one part of the narrative you don't want, as Chimera, with an incredibly rude hook from the side of the river, doesn't find him, but just
24 gold. Just
Hell yeah.
finishing his support.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, tier 1 towers, not long for this world. Only Broad's tier 1 standing. I think it's had QQR stood in front of it most of the game. It's not a huge surprise. There's lots of pushing power available from pretty much every lane here. There isn't...
Okay, Akers has managed to get back to bot lane and died 2v1. Perhaps not expecting them to stick around, but Beely caught on the top side as well. Nautilus ultimate onto QQR. Can't stop Zeta getting in there. Do they have the damage? Chimera so low as QQR locks up the double. The final tower shot is meaty, but it's not enough.
Just managing it. The health bars enough there. QQR able to find the last bit of damage. Surprise deaths on both side lanes. I don't think anyone was expecting that. You don't necessarily need to be up on the wave, but Broad in the top and 5 IQ on the bottom lane, enough to deal damage. Maybe would have been a little bit safer to have the Corki down there with the boots and the increased amount of wave clear from range. But at the same time, it's a little bit of gold back to Quick. Not a huge swing. I think we'll have some questions there about teleports and where people go in the next few minutes that maybe could have been optimized a little bit better.
Yeah, still plays being made on those side lanes. Couple of chill guys in mid lane just farming it out. We'll see if that changes. Yeah, there's no stress right here, especially for Dragdar. This is a Sivir play. You don't want to be having a stressful moment in the first 20 minutes of the game. We're 2 items deep. He'd love to be 3, get that Infinity Edge perhaps on deck, and then the team fights might go a little differently. Akers now going to run into Beely. Both the assassinated players now meeting on the same lane, and the Akers ult cancels the Weaver's Wall travel time. Doesn't get the knockup, but Porp is there ready, just in case. Beely will waste a bit of time, but this is just going to be another kill for Broad.
Yeah, assist efficiency there from Porp. Bit concerning that the full combo from Beely's Talia, nearly 2 items, did not cut the Scion W shield. This is a preview of side lanes to come.
Oh, aggressive W forward there. Nulty's there, but a flash away. Can he get in range for the second charge? The shields, the redemptions, the shockwave! And Broad comes in clutch to save an aggressive spark maneuver.
I was not expecting Spark to go in there. That's the juiciest bait that Inquick could not resist as Adakan drops down at the same time.
Oh no.
And just the ability to Wukong forwards onto this Corki, get the Cyclone going, only matched by Broad saying, hey, like back Spark, okay. He's going forward, the Valkyrie all the way into the front, matched with the support from his teammates. This is Broad coming together, throwing the gold lead. They get the Articon as well, and these 3 Infernal Dragons in their potential future look like they're going to do a ton of damage.
This, the jungle matchup that we were talking about before, it's certainly not necessarily, I guess Nulty's not having the impact that I expected, and I think it really feels like he's just being kind of led by the nose into the trap time and time again this game. We saw the Port play in top jungle, we just saw Spark as well with the XD Valkyrie forward straight into the support from the team. And he's getting dragged into these plays without enough team members to fix it, without, I guess, good enough knowledge of where the enemy team is, or not respecting that. Something's not going right for the Inquick jungle position in this first game, at least. And Broad are going absolutely crazy with the window that offers them.
Yeah, he had a good first clear sort of thing. But after then, you're right, there's not been the capitalization. There's not been a clear Orianna Shockwave on top. It's been difficult to find ways to support this Wukong past that fight of the blue buff where Rod and Friends picked up a huge amount of gold. Now, Mr. Tickle trying to reach his long arms here into the dragon pit. He's going to try again.
He's going to be in range. Orianna can't stop him. Let's see if he's got it. Doesn't have the vision. It was very closely timed. But now where do we go from here, friends? There's a Poppy W to keep you locked up. No point flashing, and Tickle knows that. And Spark picks up the 4th kill of the game. Broad just farming them right now as the tank line is getting 3v2'd in topside. Zeta not going to survive here. A shutdown for Beely. Akka's doing what he can. The shield keeps him alive as a TP in will dissuade further playmaking. So a decent counter from IQ. They get a kill at least.
I think if QQ was going to teleport there, it had to be called before Zeta was under attack as the wave was coming in. I know Rod and Friends wanted to pick up that wave in the bot lane. That could have been done by Porp or Spark once mid was clear. It has cost them a little bit there. The play across the map, I believe that was a huge shutdown Zeta was holding on to as well at 3-0 and 8. Didn't quite catch the gold amount. But a serious amount of gold there back over. Just bringing 5IQ to within that 5,000 range again. And yeah, we were mentioning before that fight, Nolty's on a bit of a tough timer right now. He wants to go in, he wants to duel, he wants to do some damage. And sacrificing yourself for a dragon is well worth it at this stage. If you stopped that stacking and denied the soul point, that's a lot more than 300 gold in favor.
Yeah.
But he needs the backup. Sivir wants more time. Talia hasn't been able to find the lines despite a decent wall. We've got to see that combination come together. We've got to see a little bit more precise execution.
So far, it has been Nolty and Kerberos has been the successful duo, has been the successful playmakers of IQ. They've managed to get a couple of kills, and Kerberos does seem like he has the damage approaching that 3rd item on Varus. As you say, Sivir still needs a bit more time as Akers and Beely once again going to come face to face in bot lane, and Beely, this is probably going to go much like last time, I imagine. Observers don't even need to see the end of it, they know how that's finishing as Chimera caught up by the shockwave. Oh, Pop with a lovely flash with a stun back into the wall. Kerberos has to ghost and flash to barely stay alive. And that's critical. Someone has taken off that Varus, which, as I just said, is kind of the win condition right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely brutal for their chances in the side lane. Akers will have noted this, and he will have written down the time in which he can maybe attack Kerberos inside. Baron falling down so fast right now. We look at the carries, we look at the damage, we look at the items in pocket for Broad and Friends. They are strong right now. It is unconditional. It isn't we shred tanks great. It isn't we do this great. We look good across the board. Poppy looks immortal. The Orianna looks like the support platform she can and will be. And Spark looks like he's feeling himself in the 1 versus 1.
Yeah, Spark as well. These W forwards have been very, very good. They got the ult off of Dragdar in the same play as well. We should have, I guess, Broad now in the comfortable position with the Baron buff to push out these waves and prepare for the Infernal Soul in just 2 minutes. It's very much all going Broad's way in this first game. At this point, this would have to be a generational Broad throw to lose this one out. And 5IQ, you're going to have to be looking for that window. But I guess in a best of 5, potentially you're just thinking about the next game. You're maybe you can be even too quick to give up on one and just go, nah, let's just play the next one. Let's not try and scrap away back in here. We'll see what the attitude to 5IQ is, how much they can look for a punishing angle as Akers under attack once again, but this time Zeta's around the corner and there's an ult to double stun up Kerberos. Do they have the damage to actually kill this Varus? The CC chain is nasty work. Akers with the damage done, and when the tank line is just taking out your damage dealers, that is not a good sign.
That's pretty brutal. We saw Curbs summoners go missing. We thought, we'll see if this matters later. And I think Akers has definitely put a nice big tick next to the timer. Well, Kerberos is flash now. The punishment coming through. Unable to stabilize the side. QQ are slightly short on the shockwave, but at least we'll chew through the wave faster as the rest of Broad and Friends announce themselves on the tier 2 and tier 3 turrets, pushing forwards into the base. And with standing gold still up, still able to collect, they will extend their lead.
Spark back in the right moment to back away. Top inhib turret falls, mid inner falls, Dragon up in 20, and with the level 16 shockwave cooldown, the Orianna ultimate's going to be back up and ready for what could be Intquick's last chance at a way back into this game. Rod and friends, though, doing their homework nice early, checking out that jungle. We're hex flashing on the spot for reasons unbeknownst to me, but
they're just aura checking. If an ulti was like, I can walk through bot lane here because they warded my jungle, that would have been absolutely hilarious. But maybe the pan's a little too hot, fellas. You know, just let's finish the dish.
Yeah, just in case. They are going to step back, and there's barely even going to be a contest. Spark and Port can knock this one out with zero issue, zero time wasted, and Broad now with the Infernal Drake. That is going to do such a nice bit of work to keep that damage relevant. If this game ends up going later than it absolutely should, they're going to have the Infernal Soul to keep them hitting hard.
Across the map now. Quick. I've got to pull off something special if they want to come back in game 1. It's the tickle. I don't think the blue buff is the hill to die on.
Oh dear, it's half HP off of a Q and an auto, and Spark is doing even more! This does not look particularly playable for this Wukong, I'm gonna be honest there, Bora, when the Corki can completely manhandle you like this.
It's real rough. It's probably gonna be wombo combo or bust now. And, you know, he's gone to the NLC a little while ago. Looking more likely that they're not going to be able to do this. We do have the Sivir at 3 items, but I think killing a Randuin's up Akers with his no doubt 5,000 hit points at this stage, an 803 Orianna standing in your way, looking to peel the spell shield off with a Q at any moment, all under your feet. Too much.
Dragged up very low. Oh my god, speaking of wombo combo, the front line is getting shredded by Broad and Friends. They overreach for it. They still have Akers. They've still got all the damage in the world, but Quick, they needed something to give us a bit of hope right now, and they found it.
That depth charge looked like the shockwave to me. There was a little bit of an overlap where everyone went up in the air and went sideways. It does end up favoring 5 IQ. That is an assist and a kill for a Sivir. Dragdar, who's had a pretty quiet game on the sides, just waiting for his moment to strike, finally picks up some gold, and they managed to trim nearly 2,000 off the gold lead.
For Broad and Friends, they at least did not commit things like Orianna and Corki flashes. They even kept all of Zeta's summoners as well, so they still have the threat to go for another play, but this needs to put a bit of the fear back into them and go, guys, let's not. I was kidding earlier, I'll be honest. There's now, oh my god, Corki, these auto attacks are insane. The rocket as well pushes Dragdar back, and that's if we're talking about important AD carry summoners, Dragdar's just lost his.
That's so tough at this stage. This Corki is an absolute machine. At least the only thing in the back of 5 IQ's minds is it's unlikely Broad gets stronger from here. They might get more unkillable, but the weapons they hold will not be getting stronger. The Orianna, almost at full build, that last item might be a bit of magic penetration, but it's unlikely to be the difference between someone surviving and someone dying in a fight. It'll sort of be an all or nothing situation where it's either way too much or just not enough. Massive committal in the bot side. I don't think we can chase the Orianna down here, especially with Dragdar already holding at the tier 3.
Curb wants it. Curb wants a piece of it. There's no shockwave for Orianna, but their ship's in the night right now. They've gone past each other. QQR is going to be spotted. Kerberos is going to cancel the back. Surely QQR is going to get caught and killed eventually, but she's trying to TP out, in fact, to join this play. So no get for Orianna. The quick rotation to mid lane, and the inhib under fire. A bit of a comedy of errors in bot side, and Quick cannot get the catch. They'll lose at least 1 inhib, maybe 2.
Oh, it's brutal. Kerberos is still recalling. 5 IQ unable to rally themselves before 2 inhibitors go down. Now, they do have a team that clears these pretty quickly, and they'll be happy for the extra golden experience. What they won't be happy for is the Baron going over and it's sequencing just in time for that upcoming Elder Dragon. There will be a minute's overlap. Broad and Friends have the biggest tools Summoner's Rift has to offer. And with Mr. Tickle at half, this is desperation from Broad and Friends.
Yeah. was not going to make it in there. Flash away quickly there. The ult's coming down onto Kerberos, but no follow-up. And now this fight's kind of split. Varus is going to be able to free fight here. Beely's caught on one side, though, and the carries take a fair bit of damage from Broad. Somehow, Zeta gets out of that bind, and Porp's looking for more. The Akker's ultimate crashes into the bot lane. Massive shockwave from QQR. Locks up the triple, and now Kerberos, last man standing as ever. The Seekers goes golden, but it is delaying nothing but the ace as game 1 goes for the Broad and Friends.
The Nexus will fall. Akker's the tip of the spear with the shockwave behind it. More than enough to eviscerate the last hope of Inquick. They didn't give up, but a difficult situation has them one game down. Oh, that was a powerful ending. That was what I wanted.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'll be honest, there was the seeds of doubt creeping into my mind at the end of their Temporal when we saw that overplay in mid that gave a couple of shutdowns over, and with that fight at the Baron pit when I was like, oh, this looks kind of split. It looks like Kerberos is going to shred the front line. We're only going to get Talia. Maybe we're going to lose 2 for it, and then we're going to lose the Baron, and then we're going to be on the map and not have, control for Elder. And I could see the path to Broad throwing that game unfurling in front of me. However, they stamped on it. They got right back in the fight. Akker's ults back in. The shockwave combination literally one frame deleted the bot lane of Inquick, and then they run it down to the Nexus. So any doubts that I had were quashed instantly, which I appreciate.
I think Broad have still got a little bit of way to go. I think the first 8 minutes, which do matter a lot in the current meta, while we are seeing games stretch out a bit, it tends to be off of like the foundation of the first minutes, which team has the ability to go forwards. While they managed to stack the dragons, which was most important, it did come off of 5 IQ, frankly blundering a fight of their blue buff. That was a huge gold donation just in time. I don't think 5 IQ are going to let them do that again. I think Inquick are going to be a little bit more measured. They had the dive in top lane. They put Akkers on the back foot, even though it didn't last too long. I want to see 5 IQ try and stabilize that ship, not get a little bit greedy for a Poppy on 30%. That's always a risky play. And they should be able to make this a fairer fight at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as the series continues, I think we are going to see them warm up and bed in a little bit. We obviously had the pauses and internet issues in that first game. It was a bit of a scrappy one, and 5IQ did not look all there. So we were worrying about Broad and Friends being the ones that didn't show up ready to play, but it is 5IQ, I think, that are not 100% right now. But I have confidence that they will grow into that through the series. Now, they do have a full best of 5 to achieve it. They've got at least 2 more games to get on form. But Broad and Friends got to be so happy with that win, keeping the momentum up from a smashing of Venomcrest in the previous round. Let's go back to our analyst desk to break down that first game win just a little more.
Thank you very much, Trajan. I feel like that's an important point, right, that he brings up there. There's still time for 5IQ, right? They still have 4 games left in total. They still have a world where they can come back into this. It's not doom and gloom just yet, but a very strong performance from Broad indeed. And from the get-go, really showing their prowess. Like, I feel like Harold, honestly, we talked about how, like, in the last series, there were opportunities where Broad could have taken the games home. This time, they did not let that slip at all.
No, they Broad, as we were saying, they're looking more and more on focus, on point. They clearly know which way the enemy Nexus is, first of all, and they're clearly just going for it. There's really no question about it. The playmaking that we were considering once we saw the drafting of the Poppy Pop kind of being everywhere, Zeta being on a tear on the Leona, to be honest. And honestly, it also came down a little bit to just having a better awareness of where and when the fight should be started, as we saw at the very end of the game. Akkers and Pop were kind of on point when it came to throwing their bodies into the fray and just making it work. But yeah. 5IQ definitely have the time in the series to ramp up, but it's not 4 games, it's 2. Because if Broad keep up on this form, they're going to take the next one. They're going to bring it to match point.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's a fair point. Fair point. Rob, obviously, first game underway. We actually all predicted Broad. So are you still feeling that prediction? Obviously, he does a pretty good performance to kick it off.
I think this was a bit of elder abuse, this game, wasn't it? What a performance, honestly, coming out of the Broad boys. I still have them favoured here. I had that as a 3-2, and that was a hard prediction because I thought that maybe this 5IQ roster in its format with Dragdar on board could really take it. I actually would have had this as almost a 3-0 to Broad if this had been the previous roster. And we can see here that... Oh no! Oh, hello Trajan
and Temporal. There we go. Okay, it's us.
We're back. It's us.
We're back in the start of this game, which is where it really went a bit crazy.
Yeah, it was one where they try and really overextend here 5IQ onto Porp, who is very low, but you've got to understand this Poppy with Phase Rush, with the mobility, and with the support of his teammates, is always going to be able to get some support. Despite falling, giving 3 kills over to the Orianna is a huge problem, because for this mid lane matchup, you think about it, the playstyle that if you are 5OQ, they've got a very solo QS kind of comp, right? They've got the Varus top, they've got this Sivir Nautilus. They don't really have like a tank in the top lane. They've not got a cohesive draft in the same way that you would argue maybe Broad in this game or previous games have had. And so with the Orianna now being able to win that matchup easily with those 3 kills because of the gold input, it means that now Talia can't get the same robes off, which we saw early on with the tower dive, right? Talia managed to get the better of that mid lane matchup very early, get the robe off, get the kill on Akkers. I think that is something where denying that Talia the ability to make those plays, which, to be fair, Beely tried in later team fights. We saw Beely trying it with some great walls later. But Broad, they were just on the same page. And we see here again in this replay, you'll see the wall come down on the backside. But Broad, they just move forward. That's how they're playing these games. They're all fully going for it. They're going for it, which we love to see.
Yeah, they're confident here as well, right? They've won, they've kept themselves a little bit of a lead, right? As you said, wall does come down, separates up the fight a little bit, but a really, really nice play from Porp there to just absolutely remove multiple members from the team and give again the space back to Broad Herald.
Yeah, I mean, this is just this Akkers play is Akkers. Well, it doesn't quite go off the tongue with Akkers playmaker, showmaker, whatever. But finds the angle, gets the double knock up, and then the fight is just kind of over because 5IQ ran into the issue of Broad's frontline got ahead. And when you have 5 damage dealers that can't deal damage through an extremely beefy frontline in the Sion, Poppy, and Leona, you're not going to be able to deal with the damage dealers. And the shockwaves coming through from QQR, the rockets and the poke, and the consistent damage coming through from Spark. It was just a sundering, honestly, of the 5IQ side here.
Yeah.
As we see, just as we go into the replay, Mr. Tickle takes half of his HP in damage by one QW combo. And here is just the window of engage on the side of Broad is just perfect. They know that they can commit to different fights just because of how ahead they are. And having dealt with the one threat of zone control, then they can just pull the trigger immediately. And yeah.
The combo is crazy. This combo is illegal, bro. Like the Sion Poppy into the Orianna Shockwave. It's just too much to handle, right? And I was saying at the start of this, right, we talked about how we didn't really like the Poppy. Porp played it really well, right? I gotta say, shout out to Porp for this game because he made the Poppy work. Did things that they wanted them to do, right? They were able to change around the fights in both those clips. Really big plays from the Poppy themselves. So yeah, I feel like they had it in the bag. Broad seemed to be really, really comfortable on this first draft. It brings me to the question of, okay, what happens next game, right? Game 2 is coming up soon. Broad feeling confident. They seem to know how to play the game, seem to know how to win the game. 5IQ, obviously big changes would be expected, Harold.
Yeah, I mean, I think 5IQ are going to stick to red side first. They're still going to try and get that favorable matchup for Kerberos. But I do think they either make it so that where they go out on their own terms and they keep playing their style and they keep playing their funky picks and they keep playing their more solo Q-esque style, or they dial it back and they think, okay, this is our shot to make it to another LAN final for Kerb and Dragdar and the rest of the team, Chimera technically, or they start taking it, as I was saying, more seriously, and they go for we can go towards a more front to back composition. We have one of the best AD carries in the UK scene, honestly, and maybe they can just start focusing more playing around that, or they can make the game about Beely and Nolte. they can make the game about the mid jungle, try and shut down QQR, try and make more plays around the map by funneling resources into their mid laner and getting something with a little more agency. Even then, the Talia is a champion of a lot of agency, and I feel like Broad also gave them no windows to make plays happen, except at the early dive onto the side. So
okay, so that's obviously improvements 5IQ can make. Rob, I want to ask you, what can Broad do better to solidify their win? Because obviously it wasn't like, okay, Broad started good, ended good, like mid game was good. Like there were obviously still moments where 5IQ, as Trader just said, were starting to build up that momentum of actually we could potentially come back into their game. They won that fight around the tier 3 tower and mid lane. Like there were definite things that were happening where, you know what, maybe 5IQ, a couple of things here and there come back into the game and it goes a bit longer, maybe gets a bit more close.
Yeah, first I want to bring up, Broad just beat 5IQ when 5IQ were on red side, and that's really, really important because remember they are a counter pick for Curb team. That's basically what they gave here, even though they took the Sivir last, because they put the Varus top, and that is a good matchup into the Sion in a 1v1. That's what Curb wants. So you should come into this game if you're Broad, stay confident. Don't sit, don't sit there and underestimate 5IQ. We know what they can do. They've shown some great comeback potential, but the analysis I had of 5IQ was that they were very similar to, they were like the Rise Venomcrest lower bracket match. I think I said this in our little messages behind the scenes. It was like teams were beating themselves a lot of the time against 5IQ. So don't get in your own head as Broad. I think your drafts, this one was a bit funky, but it played to your strengths of, weak siding Akkers, Port being active on the map, QQR having impact. I think keep on that train of thought. Let 5IQ beat themselves with these kind of drafts and just keep rolling with it. I don't think there's any changes I would make in terms of drafting, because I think this was just sort of these two drafts were very much like two just sort of, they want to fight each other team comps, and I think one of them was just a bit more tanky at the front line and one of just a bit more chance of making plays. But if you're Broad, just stay confident and make sure that you're happy to just take it to 5IQ, because that's what they thrive in 5IQ, and that is teams not fighting them, making those mistakes, not being confident to fight. Like some teams would have fallen apart after that fight loss in mid lane, by the way, against 5IQ. We've seen it. We've seen 5IQ bring those back. So the fact that Broad immediately was back out on the map and Spark is Wing forward into Chimera, into Mr. Tickle himself, into Nulty, that's what I like to see. That's the confidence. Let's get these Broads to finals. Maybe I'm a bit biased. Maybe I'm a bit biased. Hey, maybe I'm a bit biased and I'm believing in the Broads. But let's see him in finals. I want to see Gov there. I want to see him up on the stage celebrating.
Well, we will see if that is going to be the potential fate. Obviously, a lot of League of Legends still to come. Game 1 done. Broad on a strong start. We'll see you after the break. You know, I will
listen. Bandits are not around. I can't be voted out anymore.
The thing is, I feel like Brod do look really good, right? I want to see, though, consistency, because I think that's the biggest thing for me about Brod, right? Especially in game normally, it's like you'll have moments of excellence, and then you have moments where it's like, what was going on? You know, that was, I feel like, how I've seen a lot of play from them, especially in the upper bracket when they played against this team, right? But this game, they were consistent. They didn't break when there was that mid play, right, Rob? Like, that was the big moment where it's like, okay, this has gone wrong. Now, how do they adapt? How do they play this? Because we sometimes seen them, you know, get a bit frantic, lose their head a little bit. This time, they were cool, calm, collected. They kept it steady. They played their game. And it's what I want to see for the rest of the series. Now, what I will say is on 5IQ, I also want to see them shine a bit more. I feel like they kind of gifted Brod a big lead when they were actually doing really well pre that 7-minute mark, right? Beatty was getting these roams off. They got that really nice tower dive onto Akkers. And I think actually they are a team that has to admit that, okay, maybe we're not going to be the best 5v5 team, but they are very good individual players.
Yeah, I was going to bring up here that it's quite funny. We're going to bring up the tower dive because let's be honest, that was the only really good play that they were proactively doing, and this has always been a problem for me with 5IQ is I'm not too sure on their proactivity on their plays. Very early on, Nulty has very, very good proactive pathing, but then when things don't quite go to plan after one thing, they seem to not have that sort of ability to make something happen for themselves. They're very, very good at dragging games out. We were saying this behind the scenes. 5IQ's understanding of dragging games out to find those opportunities is very good, but a lot of the time they're looking for opportunities of teams that make mistakes rather than looking for opportunities for them to make a play themselves. So they're dragging it out in the hope that Brod made that mistake in mid lane. And I don't think Brod is really giving you that much at the moment. Want to see what Brod bring up in draft. I mean, there's always a Rob out in the chat, as you were saying, but today I'm fully Brod. So if the Brod lot are now, I'm going to have to switch if they're going to sit there. But for me, I want to see Temporal, who voted for 5IQ. I want to see old man shakes fist at cloud meme coming in here when Brod knock out 5IQ. That's what I want to be seeing. I want to see Temporal crying and hugging his, like, thinking back to 2021 when these players were relevant. Like, that's what I want to see today, because I want to see Brod show that we, in this league, aren't stuck in the past. I want to see Brod at finals. Come on. They are doing it today, and I look great. And I just messaged in the break, I messaged Nemli to say, well done, it's great to see you guys performing. And he's so happy with how his team are performing as well. I'm sure Gov, I need to speak to Gov as well, but I'm sure that he's happy. He's stuck on a train somewhere, I believe, at the moment. The owners are happy, the fans are going to be happy if they get finals, and you know it's going to be lively at Stoke. So I'm trying to hype it up here, but I'm all on the Brod train at the moment, and they got to make it. They look this good. I said in a review show, what teams could match Belfast Storm? We want a finals. We want 5 games there. For me, depending on what variant of 5IQ show up, it's going to be a different story. If you have this Brod roster on form like this, for you Little Pants is going to be scared in the bot lane of Spark Zeta, I'm telling you that.
And the sixth
might actually be matching roulette.
The
That's what I
sixth
want to
man
see.
as well. Like, I think if Brod make it, there's going to be a crowd. There's going to be a big. It's going to be very, like, if you've been to the NLC event ever in your life, it is like 99.999% LR fans. There is like normally one person in there that isn't, and then the people that I go with Brod. And I feel like that's what it's going to be, but for Brod at this UK event, right? So it's going to be big fanage. It's going to be big people in the crowd trying to make, you know, a little bit of, I guess, anxiety, a little bit of nerves for those people on the Belfast Storm, but Brod have to make it, right? There's still games that they have to play. We're going to be into draft. It is Fearless, remember, so they are losing picks that we have seen already, but can they make things happen again? Will it be Brod once more taking this one through? They are going to go on to blue side once again, so, you know, obviously Inkquick going to choose red side once more. As you said, they want to play for the Kerberos counter pick. Harold, what do we expect in bans? Is it going to be exactly the same? It looks so far. Yeah, so far same.
No Ezreal ban. It's been a Cho'Gath ban instead of the Ezreal ban. So yeah, expected the Ezreal first pick coming through from Brod and Friends. The Cho'Gath ban makes me think that they're going to go for an early Ornn, which is a possibility considering that Akkers is going to blind pick regardless of the situation because Kerberos is going to have R5. But this is different. But going for the Ezreal, it is one of the sleeper lane dominant champions, in my opinion. One of those champions that can really create an opening, but that's okay.
This could also be AP. this could also be AP. Don't forget, AP Cogmore was massively buffed in recent patches, and it has been seen to be sleeper good as well. So this is a flex in terms of it could also be mid. It could be flexible in terms of what builds it go for. So I wouldn't count this out yet. Be interested to see if Chimera goes for like a Lulu. If we see a Lulu or like an Enchanter, expect it bot lane. There is a possibility for mid. It's also a champ that into the... Hold on, this could be also a flex. This is like a double flex kind of moment here that I really like coming out of 5IQ. This is them already cleaning up a lot of what I had issues with in their draft. They've got frontline and they're going to have damage.
Okay.
What year are we in that we're drafting football? I'll be honest, like I feel like this champ has not been seen for a little bit. I know that some people used to play mid, right, like last season and stuff like that. So there is a world where maybe that's gonna be a thing. Surely it can't be ADC. Surely we're not getting like Juggermore kind of vibes here. Like, but we are gonna see the Pantheon picked up by Pork. So again, another really predominantly early game focused champion. I like it a lot. It's got roam potential. It's got early game power. You can really take the fight towards Ink quick, and that's exactly how I feel like Brod needs to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, the pop on the Pantheon has been exceptional for the last 2 splits, in my opinion. Probably one of his better champions. QQR?
You're opening up to a Cog mid here. Cog mid is actually quite good into... Okay, I much prefer this. I was going to say, you're opening up. If you play the Victor or you play the Azir, you're opening up into Cog flexing to mid to be a long-range poke champion that you can't actually touch. The Akali here now puts massive pressure on this Cogmore no matter where it goes, even if there's a Lulu ultimate. If let's cast off my back to the Venomcrest series, he had an amazing Akali game. I know Harold's going to want to talk about GP for about 20 minutes, but it's not. He's not today, buddy. Not today.
Your champion's not being picked. You know, like it's not happening for you, Harold. We got Galio instead.
I mean, Galio makes sense because I'm already looking at this in quick comp, and yeah, you've picked 3 really strong agency champions, but who the hell kills tanks here?
Good point. Good point. That's pretty fair point. You know, and you got a mixture of damage that you got to get through. But I will say, majoritively AP, right? Like I feel like right now, Brod, if they draft something heavy AED, they could potentially just start to cut through these big tanks. I am also asking the question of, again, we have another flex, right? So we could have Mundo jungle or Mundo top. We could have Galio mid or support or potentially top. And we have the Cogmore that could also be mid or ADC. So there's a world where like there's still unknown factors for Brod. And I do wonder how they're going to draft this out. I do think though the next pick will lock in a lot of things for Int quick, because I can't think of it. Well, maybe they go for something like Gragas, and then obviously then there's even more angles that they could go for.
Well, Gragas is banned, so I don't see them going Gragas.
Yes, that's okay. Fair point. Yeah.
At the moment, my concern about Int quick is you've got a lot of abilities to, with the Lulu going, you're going to be kiting backwards, right, with the Cog and the Galio. If you hear of Squad of Friends, can you pivot into something? It's going to be quite hard to pivot into long range because of the Akali lock. So I think you might have to just fully commit to going in. And in that case, with the Lulu gone, the Yanara, maybe are they expecting this to be Cog mid still? I think the matchup's quite hard for Cog in against Akali. I do think this is going to be Galio mid. This Mundo, as well, is still a flex. With the Alistair lock, they're leaving it open. And if you are Akkers, I think you do need to take something that can kill tanks here, but then you're opening yourself up to, like, if you go Camille, it's a Darius. If you go towards Gwen, there's a Darius.
Jax is also available.
Why doesn't he just go Darius?
Well. So I think you've got to be a bit careful, because at the moment, I'm really worried, funny enough, about Darius for Kerberos. Because I think right now you've got 2 melees with the Pantheon and the Akali. You're likely to go another one. Oh, Lord. I'm seeing the Kerr Darius vibe.
He's locked it. Okay, I was going to say, is there not a world where Akkers could go Darius? Isn't it kind of good into Mundo and Galio?
It's pretty good. Either way, it's not bad here, but
either way, it's Yorick that's going to be picked up. I'm a bit of a Yorick hater in general. I feel like it's a hard champion to make work in comp. So I don't know how I feel about it, but you know what? Maybe it's not something we've seen Akkers play before. Maybe it's been put in some work behind the scenes.
Ezreal Karma makes sense. Strong dominant bot lane.
But tank killing.
You
do
lack tank killing still, unless you build Blade of the Ruined King on Pantheon and Ezreal. And there's the Jax that I expected. Yeah.
This is a concern, this draft, isn't it, Harold? I'm a bit... Well, this reminds me of the Rise draft versus Venomcrest in the lower bracket, isn't it? It's the same as their Yorick with an AD jungler that can't really engage easily. Like, the Pantheon ult's not really... It's an engage, but you're so committed, and it's very telegraphed. It's a very difficult draft for Brod. I don't like Brod's draft here at all, I'll be honest. I think Inkquick have kind of drafted up a storm.
I mean, in
I still don't know where people are going, by the way. Like, where is it? Jack's jungle? Is it Jack's top? Is it Mundo top? Like, where are they going? Like, obviously, it's going to be Galio mid, right? Like, in the Cog in the bot lane. Are we getting AP Cogmore? Are we getting AD? There's still so many questions for me for Inkquick that I'm a little bit like, okay, we'll have to see how this one plays out. But from Broad, right, Harold, that's where I want to focus, because I do feel like Inkquick, they got a more, like, even though, yes, okay, pieces could move around, they have a more standard identity of what they want to do in this game. How do Broad win the game? Because outside of getting really far ahead early, not allowing Inkquick to become tanks, I don't really get where their win con is, because, okay, maybe Yorick split push to the end game, like, but it just feels really tough.
I mean, you've hit the nail on the head. Like, if they don't get ahead early, they don't win, period. it's very much a situation of, okay, if we can get ahead, if we can get our damage dealers rolling early, we are going to be okay. Otherwise, the Mundo's just going to be able to face tank every single bit of damage that we have. Like, there's not really a question about it. And then you have a Hero's Entrance coming on top of it. You have a Jax looking for a possible engage flank. And who's getting on top of this Cog mode that isn't just immediately getting CC'd out of any possible die? Like, there's so much
any, like,
space
tank
creation.
Akali or like any sort of like weird, you know, okay, actually this is kind of good into tanks that we could maybe see?
Leandri's Riftmaker.
Sides here are good for Broad, to be fair. Akali does win matchup versus Jax even later into the game. We saw that with QQR in the last lower bracket round, and I mean, it's a fact as well. It's not just that QQR is really good at Akali. And Yorick into Galio is fine, so maybe if Broad go for like a 1-3-1 and they go sides, by the way. Other than that, you're saying about the Cog, can you imagine if you're the Akali, you're going to be bounce housed around this game.
Yeah, jump in, immediately taunted, get knocked up, stunned by the Jax. Like, I don't know, like, you're probably dead by the second CC anyway, but I don't know. It's a big question mark for me how we're going to see them play this one out. I am feeling like this is actually, maybe we flip the script a bit, play towards topside, get this Yorick crazy far ahead, and then just be like, you're going to have to send 3-4 people to kill the Shepherd of Souls. Because, like, outside of that, look, maybe like, I've doubted comps before, and teams have pulled it through, but this one is a tricky one indeed. You know, it does feel like Inkquick have come ready with the drafts that we asked them to.
I'll see if Harold backs me up on this. For me, for Broad, I want to talk about how Broad can win quickly. I think it is sides. The more I look at it, you've got Pantheon, you've got a decent, stable sort of. The way you look at a 1-3-1 is you've got your two side lanes, and you want to have that core of 3 that can kind of play safe, absorb the pressure, and then look to just sort of exert the pressure on the sides and then play through all those. You do have that opportunity with Yorick against Galio if you can get it, Akali against Jackson, and Pantheon is like a discount Nocturne in this case, really, isn't it? You're going to be able to use the Grand Scarfall to get to those side lanes to influence them in a sort of a 2v1 scenario. So there is a chance here, if they can exert their will in a sort of side lane, either 1-4 or 1-3-1, that they can then affect the side lane easily, get a pick, and then roll it with the numbers advantage. But as we've been saying over and over again, I think this is very, very scary if we end up having to 5v5. If you're having to 5v5 as Broad this game, I think you lose.
Yeah, I mean, the side is probably the way that Broad are looking at this. You have the 1-3-1 set up for the first 20 minutes, and then you start getting mismatched, because the Mundo is going to not care about the Yorick. He's going to just run at him. Yeah, he's going to put down the cage. He's going to just hit the cage with the auto reset on the Blunt Force Trauma, and then just keep running at the Maiden, take down the Maiden, and then eventually kill the Yorick. Yes, the Jax gets outscaled by the Akali, because all of Akali's damage is not reliant on auto-attacking him. But you can just put, again, the Galio into the Akali and wave clear forever and do nothing. It doesn't really matter.
Are you saying Mundo is top and Jax is jungle?
No, it's a Jax top. This matchup for Yorick is unplayable.
Okay. Okay, well, with that being said, we're going to throw this one over to CJ, Trajan, and also Temporal. Break this down. Tell us what you think, because, yeah, we're kind of stumped right now.
Thank you, J-Real.
Back in my day, Broad came third and they would like it.
Yeah, they'd be happy with third. They would be comfortable with a gentleman's third. You know, the coveted bronze medal, but sadly, not anymore. Now they're playing to win. Very rude. Now, What they are playing to do, it seems, in this game, Temporal, as we say, I think they're playing to prove that they are the better team in both hands and brain. I feel like if you're picking Akali, Pantheon, or even and Yorick, you need to map knowledge your way onto the win here against Kog'Maw Mundo. We're just we're gonna rock up with a 5v5 and Dragdar's gonna right-click you. Genius. Like, there is a very different approach to this game from both sides of the draft, whereas last game it felt like both of them wanted to rock up to a fight and duke it out, which Broad handily won. So I like that they have different goals. Do you think Broad can execute on those goals, I guess is the question that I have.
It will be the test of strength, won't it? I think they can do it. I think the Akaziark is something we've seen recently. I'm struggling to remember which game and precisely which playoff series. But it looked good. It looked better than our expectations from regular season. I think it was also a bit of a miss in spring for multiple teams. Two of them here that didn't execute so well on it. But I'm feeling good. Recency bias has got me feeling a bit better about Yorick and the idea of playing the map in general. Not necessarily split pushing, but forcing your opponent into some bad positions, some less winning positions by getting those side lanes charged.
Yeah, and you've got the quick Pantheon rotations, you've got presumably Zeta just sprinting around the map, doing laps as fast as he possibly can to be wherever he needs to be. They've got safety themselves to get away from the engage options, which, they've got Galio, they've got Mundo, they've got Alistair. They can start plays, but they're fairly linear in the way that they start plays. They will run at you in a straight line, as opposed to something like Leona in last game, who can ult like over a wall, who can ult without committing. Like, there's a bit more potential cunning there. So I think beyond some incredibly five-head use of the Hex Flash rune, I'm expecting that Inquick have to approach this fight in largely quite a standard way. And whether Broad end up tying themselves in a knot, trying to like triple flank and then running in 5 different directions, or getting caught on the side lanes, they're trying to push and not having the cooldowns. There's a lot of ways, I think, for Broad to trip themselves up here, but if they're still on form, as they certainly were in Game 1, if they're looking like the Broad and friends that makes it to Stoke, then they could completely run rings around Inquick with this comp.
Let's see if the theft of the Ezreal is enough to get away with things. You'll notice we have a little bit of a roll swap going on right now. Beely stepping down into support after the first game. Chimera moving back up to mid. So we'll get our scoreboard fixed in just a second.
Minions have spawned.
It's interesting to have to do the swap. We understand that when we see Chimera, that the Scottish faker himself swap back into mid. This was his traditionally most played role competitively, but it's not for like a lane stomper. It's it's not for even something like an Ahri, which Chimera has played like hundreds of games on and can like really heavily pressure and carry a lane in a mid game. It's for Galio, which is more of a neutralizing element. It's not for like a 1v9 pick, which normally when we'd see this kind of lane swap, I think we'd expect to see something a bit more with a bit more agency, perhaps. I don't know if you agree on that.
A bit more oomph. The Lysandra was sort of used for this when he played for Venomcrest last finals to sort of set the engage apart. Now, we are seeing some of the Karma special here. Ezreal Karma, you love it. It pushes fast, and then Ezreal is kind of a bit slippery if you do try and get into the player versus player. So that's what Dragdar's going to have to put up with. He's going to be on another long scaling pick with the Kog'Maw. So expect some punishment in lane once again.
I'm sure Spark can just intentionally whiff skill shots to the point that it infuriates Dragdar so much at the subpar Ezreal play that he just flashes in and tries to 1v1 and dies. That's possible, right? We can see the mental warfare as the Yorick ghouls are chomping away at Curb right now. Akker's not the healthiest, but both of them on the line. In comes the Counter-Strike flash away, and Curb not choosing to follow as the tower was right there.
Yeah, it's a struggle. Akers won't feel too uncomfortable right now as we've got another tech pause. The Yorick will regenerate some health when he gets his hands on the wave. But till then, you do have to be a little more respectful of the Counter-Strike. Not getting Curb's flash out there on the Jax, little bit of concern.
Maybe it's Kerberos being, I flashed, bro. I pressed flash. Why am I not flash? Why do I not first blood right now? So maybe. Because, I mean, ultimately, he can probably just do the same thing again in about 20 seconds because he's always going to have his flash up. And sadly, Akker's going to have to spend 5 minutes without it. So We'll see how that Yorick fares against the Jax. Kerberos was probably the best performer from game 1 for IntQuick. As we said, definitely knew the limits of his champion, knew how to make the most out of it in the lane and then in the side lanes as well. Ultimately, the Pope and the rest of 5IQ have 5 flashes and he's only got 1, so eventually he could not flash away from the next engage, and there was not much he could do there, but he definitely gave it the old college try. So if they now have him on a Jax, which has a lot more self-sufficiency and a lot more of that agency, perhaps we could see a bit of a Kerberos masterclass to bring 5IQ to 1-on-1. We'll see.
I'm hoping. Jax does have a little bit of an issue with the clock against Yorick. I think from level 2 through 14, he's just going. Eventually Yorick will just give him a little bit of a heavy health bar for Jax to try and get all the way through in one go.
2v1ing him with the Maiden, and I guess son of 7v1ing him with the ghouls and the wall, and it's like, well, like I can 1v5, but I can't 1v7, so sadly Yorick is no longer dealable for me. But Akers has got to get through the rest of the lane comfortable to avoid getting snowballed on. Curb is currently alcove gaming and does have Nulty around the corner, maybe trying to bait Akers into a push-up, and it seems to be maybe working. He's got no flash, remember. Lovely W, but Kerberos still with a flash of his own just has the advantage, and Nulty picks up first blood.
Yeah, fantastic to stay in the bush there. I think Akers did check it, but was not able to find him there. Assume the recall if you can't check that the player is still visible, and they'll be able to punish and pick that one up. Interestingly enough, a little bit of a late arrival will port to this bottom lane. Might try and show his face.
Was vision checking.
He's got
seen
him.
the Alistar had to flash away. We saw a final spear, couldn't get it done, but could maybe try and trap them under the tower. Now, Mundo's going to be coming around the corner, but can he get there in time? Pope's going to go for the stun. Beely with a knockup. Nobody tanking just yet. The exhaust comes there. Spark looking for it last. Auto, where is it? There it is. The tower shot's not enough. And skill shot lander himself. Drive dart can't get it done. Mundo not there yet, so a little scrappy. Broad walk away with the counter kill. Now, Pope is still there. And Nulty is now here as well. We're going for the dive, but we don't have heals. Oh, the flash shield can't do it. Zeta gets chunked. E over the wall for Spark, and Broad get caught with a hand in the cookie jar.
A little too much. The barrier and the heal was required last time, not available for the redive. A little bit of a shame, Broad and friends. Just feeling it a little too much, you know. They saw the dive last game. And they've just done one better. Maybe a little too much to go for 2 better up against the...
I guess they got one hand comfortably into the cookie jar, but when they tried to shove a second fist in there, it didn't really... They got a bit
chocolate's melted. You look at your hand like, this isn't really worth it, is it? What have I done?
Yeah, your mum comes to the kitchen like, what are you doing, mate? It's like, look, okay... This is a compromising position for me, but it looked really good.
Reactivated.
There's Kerberos crashing another wave into Akers in the top side, opening up a nice CS lead, depending on how much Akers can get off this wave. But level 6 Jax to level 4 Yorick, this is going to be tough.
It's a bit brutal. Akers is going to get most of that back here. I'm not sure how I feel about Kerberos pushing this wave a bit further under. Akers won't struggle to keep CSing these. He's going to use a chunk of his mana bar. Might be what Kerberos is looking for if he gets a recall off.
Yeah, we could see that he was sadly, every auto drops the minions to 1 HP and then managed to miss a couple of them, so he's like, okay, I'll press my buttons, fine. Cannot avoid doing so. As still, Kerberos gets the nice proxied wave off, gets the back, now into the Sheen with boots. It is going to be very, very tough for this Yorick, at least for the foreseeable future. We'll see if maybe Pope on this Pantheon can break it back in, if Kerberos is going to play so aggressively up in the lane.
I'm interested to see how the teams come towards this dragon. Both junglers are here, and we have bot priority and mid for Broad and friends. They could make a move here.
For another one, see if they can have a slightly cleaner affair this time. No summoners really available, but Mr. Tickle, this time he's going to be in range from the get-go, and Broad not going to pull the trigger on it. Going to simply back away. Heading up the river right now. There is a dragon to contest if they wish. Still waiting on ultimates for these bot laners. Beely trying to bait it out. He knows what happened last time.
I like that Broad have successfully held the river here by sending the bot lane up. They didn't give away the jungler until Beely felt the need to check that bush a second time, so they get the extra ward out where they otherwise wouldn't. I do feel it's a bit tense to just go for it now. They're only a minute on the grubs. I think 5IQ will be happy to just like throw a spanner in the work here, try and get a flash out of Spark. A flash, well, Porps is already gone, but maybe some more damage towards the jungler.
We just got level 6 Cogmore, and this is AP Cogmore, so that is a very important button to have. Now, are they going to contest the dragon? It looks like maybe not. Inquick seem happy to peel back and give away that Chemtech to Porp. That's taken about a whole long time to get this done. So no assistance from the lanes, but will be yet to complete it, and we'll see what the grub play is going to be, as you kind of flagged up there, because now we've got 6 on Pantheon, we've got 6 on top laners and mid laners.
No.
There's Galio ults ready, so this could be a bit of a tricky one.
No.
Oh, he's trapped. Where's he gone? He's ulted out. Okay, so we don't have the Pantheon ult, but maybe it's still playable for Broad. We'll see what we want to do.
We'll see what we want to do. Beely was pretty close to making that ult away. A not job. Dive in the bottom lane though.
Oh, hang on a second. Zeta getting chunked down right here. Beely with 1 HP escapes alive though right now, and a level 6 Mundo is pretty tanky up there. Kerberos trying to go for the 1v1 into Akkers. The damage from the Maiden flash in, and the last strike of the shovel gets the kill back as Spark has to pop the barrier to avoid getting the hammer dropped on him from on high, but it's out of mana for Dragdar. The AP Cogmore now does nothing, and QQR stepping in for the feat of warfare.
A very extended play on the bottom side has left us in a bit of a weird split map. Chimera wasn't in position to join in with that dive, and with QQR off the wave, 5IQ stood to claw a bit of gold out of Broad and Friends. Instead, they sort of achieve, with the most people possible, the least valuable product. And with it, like... Yeah. Broad and Friends have got a nice easy path here. Porp's not got his ultimate, but he's got the ability to clear up towards Grubs. He's going to get there about the same time as an ulti, unless he has to drop his own Gamps. It's only the Galio ult, if they use it here, that can sort of be taken forwards. Otherwise, 5IQ not choosing to commit and being punished.
Akkers rotating onto that bot side with the TP ready to go if needed. Quick, bringing all 5 up there. Just roar through the jungle. His ulti takes a fair bit of damage, doesn't have the ult now, and a flash still ready for him. Spark's going to pick up this top wave. Now the TP, in fact, from Kerberos to the bot side, so they will not have the ability of a Jax rotation if they want.
It's a bit of a shame. I thought with the lane swap they could maybe delay that, give some plates over, but secure Grubs and maybe a kill, which would have outvalued.
Still got Lander. Holds the flash for now as Porp's looking to get in range. Another interrupt by Beely and the minion wave there. Flash in from the Pantheon. Instantly exhaust. Ulti around the corner, and Porp taking a fat old chunk of damage. Looks for more damage but cannot find it. Beely flashes away alive. And Quick stand their ground in top lane.
I didn't manage to catch the Pantheon shield there. It must have already been used from Porp. Despite committing the flash, just a little overcommit where having gone forwards with the shields up could have maybe made that one work. In either case, 5IQ pushed away from this grub play. QQR. Just spot Kerberos there, just off at the side.
Still holding on to this Galio ult, not needed as of yet. I wondered if that top lane might drag it out. But so far, IQ managed to hold themselves strong. Even gold out of this start. Now, the grubs that we have discovered started up loosely by Broad. Porp stepping in to pick them up. TP's coming into mid lane and waiting for that first Galio ult to really land, as Nolty seems to be waiting for his chance to step in. One's gone down to Broad.
Akkers does hold the teleport as well, so there is potential numbers advantage. I don't think Broad should be in a rush though. They can definitely send Porp back into his jungle here. I think they're going to respect that Spark is stuck under this top tower. They can't get Akkers out of bot lane without a counter-strike cancel, so they're going to give 2 over. Not having the 3-0, I think, is just fine.
Instead, we are going to TP QQR into bot lane, and Kerberos is going to walk smack dab into her. So they'll give up the grubs, but they'll take that kill of a timely Akali rotation. This is the Liandry's first Akali as well. QQR turning his hand to this pick in the last series against Venomcrest, and not traditionally a pick we associate with this player, but actually turned his hand to it very deftly, and again is getting some good kills on the board, and could be a real threat to that all-important Cogmore for Dragdar later on.
Yeah, I think this is sort of the arc they want to be on, where Chimera is like a roam threat moving around to a big play, but QQR's beat him to the chance twice in a row, just gets the push, better rotation, and has, I think, surprised Kerberos there, and was a surprise when he caught Mr. Tickle out tickling. in bottom lane. Not able to get the dive. Just saying hi, just doing a bit of damage, leaving, and on his way out. An unexpected surprise. Dragon up again. Broad started the stacking. This game, it's a little more neutral. They haven't had the big gold swing. 5IQ haven't dropped the ball as massively on an approach. So we'll wait and see. I think both teams are pretty eager for this. Once again, QQR should be able to push mid first.
Yeah.
Oh, no way. No way.
Almost makes it onto Spark, but a quick back step and now back into the damage. Beely clipped by the True Shot barrage. Holds the ultimate critically. You don't want to lose that before the dragon fight, but he's not looking the healthiest. Curb now trapped in the cage with Akkers, and let's see how this goes right now. Leaping out does the Jax. They're pretty even, but of course Akkers can step back and let the minions do the work, continuing to chunk him down. As Kerberos all tied up right now, and Akkers still with TP to use if he needs it.
Akkers just getting his flash up as well, so we'll look for the threat here. I think Kerberos is playing with the knowledge that he's down.
And I might have to trade flashes right here.
Oh.
There's the counter strike. Holds him in place. Akkers with the holds his flash still as Kerberos is allowed to live. And the Dragon now being taken on the other side. The Jax completely a non-factor right now. But can Dragdar get in there? Watch for the Galio ultimate coming down. Only catches onto Porpoise. The shield keeps him alive for now. But there's the follow-up engage. QQR is deep. Looking for Dragdar. Where are the first kills? Nolty's got one down. Beely the second to fall. And now QQR hunting for more. Zeta getting a chain onto Chimera. But Mr. Tickle isolated. Double kill for QQR. And Dragdar caught in the jungle passage. Can Chimera keep this Kog'Maw alive? QQR flips over. Spark with the final touch as Chimera flashes back under the tower. Broad and friends rock up to another early dragon fight and come out the winners.
They take it down. Akkers teleporting away, holding the flash. Patience of a saint in the top lane, not using it to convert the kill onto Kerberos, as the flash Q would have just been enough.
Oh, and Porp's going to come in and claim the price there. First turret at least for Jax. It must be said, good job for Curb is still, despite the deaths, doing Jax things on the map, and the Dragon ignored as part of that play, so 5IQ might have a second run to get set up. Spark is still very, very low. Needs to get back to base, my man.
It's a consolation prize. Without the Ezreal on the map, though, I do think 5IQ will break the stacking, so it's a huge W for them, even though they had to pay it with Kerberos under that top tower. Won't quite confer the feats, but any further progression there, of course it will.
Second objective for 5IQ, as Akkers got that counter top turret pick on his own in that top lane as well. So, and a headline for me coming out of that fight, QQR once again, 4 kills, no deaths out of lane. This has been a very strong series once again for QQR, and this Akali threat is absolutely terrifying. The exhaust as well. There's only one that Beely has, and he's got to hold it very carefully for the right target. Yeah,
and even if you do, Orp will be jumping forwards, Ezreal will be jumping forwards.
Yeah.
I think despite Dragdar's incredible range, he's got his work cut out for him, dodging all of these threats away in tight corridors like the jungle we just saw, or even in lane, the Kog'Maw himself just cannot move those large distances. A Pantheon ult finding him will still be absolutely decimating.
Herald picked up by Bron and friends right there. Spark tossing out the Mystic shots to keep in quick at bay. And they will not arrive on time to contest that one, so another chance to open up perhaps this mid outer. Maybe even push for an inner as well if Broad get the right scenario there. As Dragdar rotated into mid lane. Can clear the way for days on this AP Kog'Maw, it must be said. But we shall see what the chance is going to be if Porp can find the way in, or if Broad actually just try to start moving into this split map play, as we said, if they don't want to force the fights anymore and just try and pull 5IQ apart across the rift.
I think it's likely to be the case, and it is enabled by QQR being in such a good position. Now, we'll see if that changes.
Taunted as he tries to leave the shroud right there. Clipped by the Q, has to use the perfect execution and a shuriken flip to get to safety and lose the half HP. The ult keeps his life, so a bit of a moderately impressive caster curse right there, but is gonna stay alive at least.
Yeah, we can only get so excited before the inevitable recalibration of expectations. Orp is nearby though, and Zeta is fading down. Spark should be alright. He's just gonna flash away from this one.
Not even down as well.
Yeah, he did have it. 6 seconds left as Beely came forward. So nice read. Does mean they get the flash of the Ezreal out. Pretty opportune timing.
Still Valkyrieing forward, even not on 4 feet. That's all they need. Spark is a pick that cannot for old Dragdar on his own flashless. We forgot about the Kog'Maw. The snap decision from Broad takes out the critical piece.
Man, Dragdar, you can't be within the screen. You can't be within the screen of Fog of War, buddy. I'm sorry. That's what Bioarcane Barrage is for.
Yeah. Yeah, got one button for that one. And again, just as soon as the bodyguards leave, I feel like Beely has been comfortably there. He's just burnt Spark's flash. Okay, I'm going to drop a ward in the river. Dragdar dies. That is just... It is painful to see, unfortunately, as Spark once again threatened on the front line. No flash. The bait once again. The shields are massive. He's not going to survive this, is he? Surely not. Headbutt away from Beely. Did he have the pulverize? There's the arcade shift and Spark lives. That is a tilter for 5IQ.
He's still Valken forwards, Trajan. It's not the same game. It's not the same champion, but it's exactly the same pattern of play. In Quick, absolutely enamored with the thought of putting Spark back down a peg or tier, and instead end up paying a huge price. 3,000 gold swing in mid. Kerberos gonna likely fall to QQR.
Yeah, getting diced up in the shroud right now. It's gonna get Counter-Strike, forces the flash. QQR perfectly steps back. I thought he'd step too close for a second there, but gets that kill. Bot tower as well falling. Chimera on the edge of death as the Herald will at least be stopped at the inner. But Broad now, 2 games on the trot, back at 4.5k in the lead, cracking the towers, winning the team fights. A very different team composition, but the same outcomes.
It's really impressive how Broad have managed to keep a stable core, as Akka's just going to remind Mr. Tickle that he is a Yorick now with his Triforce and can do that. They've got this pattern of play. They've got the Ezreal stabilized. No one could run him down, which the Kog'Maw is liable to do if it's just the 2 of them on the screen. They've kept Porp engaged anytime. The 5IQ have tried to put a foot seriously forwards. Like Nalty, who just wanted to go check out the spawning dragon and get a ward in time to recall or refresh there. It's just not possible. Broad have got their foot first. They've got the tempo, and they're keeping hold of it.
As this dragon now comes alive in just a moment's time. Broad not as close to the soul threat that they had in game 1. 5IQ managed to pick up that second Drake. And so this would be a chance for Broad to maybe take it, and perhaps a time for 5IQ to not bother with the contest, depending on what they can find, especially with QQR on that side of the map. 6-0-2 right now. 2 items deep, and he's got plenty of health to go with the damage as well. You can see 5IQ instead rotating up the top side. They're going to give this one up for free.
Yeah, I think they are in a bit of a sticky situation. You got the menace of QQR. It's really hard to approach. You've got this Articon spawning on the bot side, so spending time at top here rather is doubly punishing. To see if they can make it across the mid lane. Spark and Zeta have pushed that in. X-Flash, all that Beely can do into mid lane.
And Dragon secured by Paul, a little faster than the last time, that's for sure. As Akka's, in fact, with the rest of the team right now, looking for a possible play around mid lane, maybe just waiting for the correct lane assignment to become apparent. As, oh my word,
man.
The Spark ultimate really hits onto Dragdar. He's not going to forget that one in a hurry.
Absolutely brutal. And such a short cooldown, already 25%, even though he didn't get that many Qs onto the wave afterwards. I think the parallel of like having Dragdar in the game and an Ezreal being 2-0-5, but it's not him is what I'm still coming to terms with.
Okay, now can the dreaded Atakan spike the wheel of Broad and friends today? TP in from Akka's, committing it. Kerberos making his way down. Keep an eye on Dragdar, on Kerberos for 5IQ. Those are the key damage dealers. They can't even have a sniff into this pit temporal. Can't get past Ezreal Karma, let alone the rest of them, and Atakan's just taken already.
This last minute has been 5IQ getting shut out. Broad.
Going on here?
Oh, QQR. I was singing the praises. I thought he would still be able to flip away. Not the case. Too deep. Looking for a fishing line into the back of 5IQ, but they had fallen away responsibly. They had not had a crash out. They were moving as a unit. And despite crash out allegations, instead going to get away with a massive shutdown.
I think that went on to Kerberos as well, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe Naughty, one of the two of them. But somebody picked it up, and to be honest, any of those 3 people is fine. As QQR with a small misstep right there. Rod gonna step right back to what they were doing. They had at least 1 misstep in the last game. It's a repeat of the mid gank, everybody. This time the flash at least is there to be burned by Dragdar. Beely's ready to watch and wait. But again, you weren't standing within 2 feet of your tower, and I'm afraid you're getting Pantheon ulted. Now Beely threatening onto Pulp's gonna get that stun down. Mr. Tickle with a fair bit to offer as well. Zeta there to run some cover. Spark round the corner, eating forward as he likes to do, and Pulp with a lovely execute with the Comet Spear. Now Kerberos maybe in the wrong side of town. Beely with the Alsa ultimate, buying what time he can, but it cannot stop them. How have Quick been dragged into this mess? 3 of the members quickly fall, double for Akers as well.
Moment of overconfidence, and even though QQR is not there, the rest of the damage from Broad more than enough to burn through you. Oh, that's
no. Chimera has been brought in as well. Tries to defend the win condition. Cogmo almost snatches a kill from Zeta as well. To be honest, I expected that one to go down, but sadly, Flashless Dragdar with nowhere left to go. The massive Gallia ult cooldown now gone. Oh my word, it's going from bad to worse in Quick.
It's a brutal 1 by 1 by 1 in Quick. Just feeling confident in their own jungle. They felt the game hadn't slipped that far from them. And that stable unit in the middle of Broad of Pulp, Spark, and Zeta just more than able to start throwing their weight around now. They are a combined lot of kills. I was going to read that off like I could do maths. Combined 7, 3, 21, 27. Is an absolute massive boon for having that stable 3 unit. Beely, you cannot be in these areas.
Yeah, this Spark as well has been playing just truly on the margins in this mid lane all the way through the game. Such brazen positioning to try and draw Inqua King, and time and again it's worked. Using the Ezreal to its maximum, using the safety, knowing where his team is, knowing what is safe for him to do. Even if at times it did not look particularly safe. He has not died. He has gotten away with it, so to speak, every time.
He's DDR'd successfully. Yeah. We joke that Dragdar can't be on the screen, but he can CS and poke from off of it. Akers regenerated most of his health bar again. QQR, no ult to survive Kerberos. And Mr. Tickle, should they choose to go for this.
Shroud will be down. Naughty with a detour onto the bot Krugs. Between the demolishes of these, at least one of these 2 players, they will likely be able to knock that tower down easily. QQR with decent damage back into Kerberos though. No ult available for the Akali. And he is going to have to step back and give away that bounty. So something nice picked up for 5 IQ right there. Again, Kerberos and Nulty, the duo that seems to be the provision of any of 5 IQ's glimmers of hope in this series, is still getting valued on the sidelines.
They're holding on for now. And that was a decent position to be up. Unfortunately, they didn't leave any wards behind on their way to Dragon. Maybe wanting to cover their own jungle first. As Broad and friends move across from mid. They've got their friends. They're just moving towards the location. The event? Mountain Dragon. Spawning right now. And I don't think 5IQ are going to show up. Ooh, threatening a Baron trade, rather.
Yep, checked by Spark. They've got vision just for now to see if the committal is there, but Akers is already knocking on the door of the base, and Dragdar has to be there with it. Jack's really the only champion that can knock down a Baron in any kind of time scale, so the rest of 5IQ a little bit out of sorts right now on the top side. QQR threatening, but eats a briefcase to the face and didn't enjoy that one, as the Dragon is going to fall through this confusion. So Broad successfully stopped the trade, and they walk away with Mountain Soul Point.
Strong position for Broad and friends. Remember, everyone, though, it is a best of 5.
Oh look, it's the Dragdar Pantheon ult in mid lane. Well,
it was on the screen. It's not allowed.
And he actually is within 2 feet of his tower, but it still doesn't matter at this point in the game. There's not really much interaction he has.
Oh, it's painful, isn't it? Yeah, it's a best of 5, and Cogmore will be fearless banned. So there's hope. Yeah,
so no, he's not allowed to pick it again. So he also doesn't have the Ezreal, sadly. So maybe something a little safer would be possible if you know,
I feel like the just play safe meme is not. I mean, it's not got many legs right now.
Yeah, at the very least, Pantheon is also going to be taken away from Fearless, as Beerly is just going to get chopped up by Akers, QQR, and Zeta. They have no mercy for the cow, as Mr. Tickle now pushed away. Baron secured from an imperfect smite by Pop Lamau, but they are going to walk away with it still. There was no threat on it. Kerberos still trying to do what he can, looking for this bot turret. He's going to find it with the Counter-Strike keeping him alive. Now, how does this 1v1 go at this point? Akka's with a redemption as well, just to put insult to injury. And, Kerberos might be able to go for the runaway. Actually, brought it pretty darn close. Respect to be given. Has the third item done now as well, but Akka's still winning that one.
Yeah, it was super close. Akka's healing does get cut off by the Counter-Strike, so holding that for the key pivotal moment until the Gravedigger can not quite pull the clutch in. But yeah, it's unfortunately Kerberos slipped a little too far behind. An 11 KDA for Akka's. He's well and truly attacking this series.
Yeah, it is very much a big pop-off for Akka's for sure. We saw those early scraps in the lanes, but Kerberos and Akka's is another one of these key matchups for today. Just a really storied UK top laner matchup. Both these players with so much history now. Kerberos with a little bit more of it and has played at those kind of the UK LC levels as Akka's was on the come-up. And now Akka's here, giving him the business on the Yorick, matching up with the Scion into the Varus pick as well. Not going to be pushed around by the top laners of old is Mr. Attack himself.
Difficult hold on this tower. That Baron wave is doing so much while the members of Inquick have to dance to Spark's tune.
Yeah. 1v1 again, turns into a 2v1. Kerberos trying to get away. Under the tower almost. Chimera comes in, but only finds a taunt onto one. Pork now gets the stun. Beely left on the front line. Spark, ultimate tags. Dragdar again. He wants to scuttle back to the base as the turrets are in shambles. Temporal. Broad and friends monstering through the inhibs are going to look to take this to game 3 before you know it.
Last door, last chance for 5IQ. The finals in Stoke on the line. In the next game, but they're holding on to this one a little bit longer than I thought.
With the knock up, Spark has to get away. Chimera with a double taunt this time as Akka's and Kerberos still going at it. First Nexus turret falls. QQR spies a low health target with the stasis to avoid the Galio ultimate. Kerberos lives. A knock up onto the Akali and Dragdar gets that first kill. Spark is not participating, taking the turret instead. The 4v5 right now have Broad stayed a little bit too long. If they split the focus right now, Kerberos jumping in, looks for Zeta. A flash away keeps him alive. Porp now taunted and Akka's on the other side. Spark low on mana, but 5IQ dropping low as well. The Baron empowered minions doing what they can. Tickle has to flash away, and 5v4. It's still not working. Dragdar gets the shutdown. Porp looking for more. Spark still pumping out the damage, and unbelievably Broad managed to hold the line. Triple taunt for Chimera this time. 1, 2, and 3, but it cannot be enough as the Cogmore destroys the Ezreal. But after that extended mess in front of the 5IQ Fountain Temporal, Broad and friends push us to 2-0.
Kerberos just had to try and hold things together there at the end. Really had to sort of Spider-Man pull that train back onto the line, but by dying, refreshed Spark's mana with presence of mind. And from there, it was breaks off, Broad in. 2-0. One game left before Broad and Finals becomes a thing. Before Broad and Friends head to their first of our finals.
I can't wait.
It's an exciting position. 5IQ, last chance. Last chance.
Yeah. Two extremely different comps from Broad, resulting in really remarkably similar tracks of game. The early game goes pretty similarly. Their strengths are still their strengths. The mid game as well. The mid-game fights are still going comfortably their way, and they're able to navigate with the Yorick side laning properly. QQR does have one pretty major oopsie around that soul fight return, I believe, where he gives away the shutdown, but ultimately that is kind of the one mistake. That was Broad's one mistake this game. Game 1, it was that mid lane play that delayed their win by a couple minutes, and Game 2, it was QQR getting a bit excited in the backline, but that's it. That's kind of it. You know, we're so clean today from Broad.
They pick up the ball and run with it, and we normally see that drop off. We see the 39-minute, oh no, what have we done? It's just not happening. The lead's too large. The comp executed too fantastically. I'm really happy with the Broad and friends we've seen today. And I always worry when I say that. It's like, have I jinxed it? Have I cursed them? I'm enjoying the gameplay. It's looking good.
Gov, don't start the Broadham Finals unique merch run
He
order
started
just
it.
yet. Okay, don't queue it up just now. Let's wait and see if
One
we can
more,
get
one
there.
more. Get the job done. Get it
Yeah,
done.
Broad have maybe, we'll see if they've graduated from throwing games to throwing entire series from a 2-0 lead. There's still time. There is still time on the clock, everybody. Stranger things have happened. For now, let's chuck it back to the desk so they can break down Broad's second win. 1 win away from the finals. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, the Broad and Finals merch. Hold the phone a little longer, right? Because it is 2-0. It is potentially going to happen, but potentially is exactly the one word that needs to be thought about in this sentence, because there is still another game needed to be win. We've seen reverse sweeps before. They could happen once more, you know. So let's cool our road a sec. However, what I will say is this is actually redemption in my mind, because when we last saw these two teams play, game 3, we were like, Broad will win. The draft is done. There's no win for 5IQ. Today, it's the complete opposite way round, and the same thing happens, which is the team that shouldn't win in draft did. They did exactly what we said they had to do. Get ahead early, Harold, and then win the game from there.
Well, first of all, both supports had redemption, so I don't know what you're really talking about there with redemption and whatnot. But more talking about the game, yeah, honestly, Broad and Friends just put their foot down on the gas and just kept going and going and going and going. It wasn't really a question of whether the draft would come online for in quick, because Broad never gave them really a chance. We saw glimpses of it in some redives and some fights that were happening in the river and around the turrets. But it felt like there was... The Broad never really gave them a chance to get to that point. Yeah, here we see as the first replay comes through, Broad here pulled a dive early onto the bot lane, which first attempt goes well, second attempt goes a little bit awry, but still, this is exactly the kind of tempo that they want to set in these games. Because at the end, like what do you do when your bot lane's already put this far down? But yeah, a little bit of a...
Yeah, second bit was a bit... was a little bit on the edge.
I thought we were having another Port Pantheon game. I thought it was happening where it was like the coin had flipped onto the wrong side for the Brodies. Oh my god, they brought it back there, didn't they? They really brought it back.
Yeah,
They really did, right? And I gotta say, okay, like... This is, and you said this, Rob, so I want to give you the credit for it, but like, it's a very big statement game from Broad here. It's not just they won another game where they drafted good and they played the composition well. Like, this was a draft where we were literally saying, like, if you guys don't play well and if you make mistakes, you will lose the game. There is like no way that you come back into it. And they did exactly that. They played the game smart, they got ahead early, and then they didn't give the mistakes. Like what they've done so far today is they've not made the mistakes we've seen them make in the past, and look at the difference it makes, right? We already talked about how good Broad can be in the past, but now they're showing their full potential, Rob.
I just want to sit here and say a shout out to just across the board on Broad so far for this lower bracket run. They came back off holiday and didn't look that good against 5IQ, throwing away leads, and since then they've really shown up. I think their hardest series was in the lower bracket, was the first one they played. They had to have a comeback in that first game against Chi, but since that game 1 onwards, they've been absolutely phenomenal. And every player has stepped up. Usually, I often bring up how it's Porp that leads the line, and while that was true in this game, often catching out Dragdar in mid, I just think everyone's stepped up so far. Like, Akka's getting the solo kill in what is should be a very hard counter matchup. We're saying they needed to win the lanes. Every person did. And despite them making that dive in bot, which kind of didn't go so well, they were all on the same page. And they're here to play today, aren't they, Broad, really? That's what's really impressed me, is that they've all of them are showing up at the most important time. And I've said it again and again, I only had a number of teams that could contest Belfast at the top because of the nature of how teams are built. And one of those was Broad. So seeing them this strong gives me great hope going forward. I don't want to curse it because we've still got potentially 3 more games. I predicted Broad 3-2 here. And I thought that was a heart prediction. I thought 5IQ with the roster they're showing should be pretty good. But you can see the stats in this game. Broad, White, it's another Elder Abuse game. They wiped 5IQ off of the map. And I'm so impressed by QQR. That's the big one I want to shout out. I think QQR
them to kind of take hold of the early game, because they haven't managed to do so in either game. And in one game, they had a composition that scaled, so it was fine. In the other game, they had a composition that scaled, so it's fine, and it somehow wasn't fine. So something needs to change. There needs to be a switch up in the gears that 5IQ are currently in right now. They need to, go into, maybe drop down to that first or second gear, go for something a little bit more aggressive, go for something like a Jarvan, goes for something like, I don't know, the Darius we've been talking about so much on the desk because of the possibility of using it as a counterpick to neutralize some of the more meta lanes right now. But something needs to change, and it needs to change fast.
Yeah. Yeah, fast is indeed the word, right? Like, you get one game. You have only one game left. We are into game 3. This could be the final one that we get to watch today before we go live to Stoke. So, Rob, with this being said, we're going to see Inkwick once again on red side. And if I'm honest, I feel like we haven't seen the counterpick power that we've once seen before. And I feel like part of it is because Vayne is banned.
It's quite funny. You said you want a curveball. Well, I think they need to throw a curveball. And you said you want it to come out the blue. Well, it's going to have to come out of the red, isn't it, for them picking this side? So I think that they're going to have to... What do we expect? Nothing's going to change. They're going to still want Curb to have counterpick. Maybe they can't blind a Vayne. They can't blind some of his counters. So they're still going to have to try and rely on that. I think overall their issue in that previous game was just they were outplayed. They were outhands. They lost every lane. They got out macroed. They had this role swap that didn't work. They should go back to the drawing board, have Chimera back on support. BD has been a good mid laner in the league. Go back to something a little bit more stable for your mid jungle. They got stuff to happen early and top again in this game, if you remember. In the previous game, Akers did die on that Yorick from a gank from Nulti. So let's actually just try and make sure we don't just fall off the map with just poor laning and poor plays. Curb got smashed in a counter matchup. They're going for a Rakan here early on. I'm assuming this is going towards Chimera. It's not going to be Beely on Rakan, I'm assuming. But the Rel first pick, when you're getting this deep into a series, you want that engage. It is a Zeta special. Zeta is... We saw this in the last round. He's amazingly good at Rel. So they're taking the Rakan as a counter, but I just think they need to give Curb a matchup where he's actually confident, because I've never been confident in his Jax ever whenever I've seen it. Give him something like a Vayne, something like this. Like, just do it. That makes a lot of sense. Drag Lucian. It's going to be the MF or Lucian. Okay? It's going to be Lucian.
So 2 games, 2 really early ganks onto Akers, 2 tower dives, I believe, that were successful. And I feel like it's something that Inkwick have practiced, but it feels like their kind of practice stops there. Like, they have that one play, and then they kind of don't really do much more proactive after that. It's something you brought up earlier, right? Proactivity not being their strong suit. And we are going to see Broad and Friends go back to what works, right? They're going to go early game jungler, they're going to go engage in the bot lane, and then they're going to be able to pick a little bit more around that. Gragas going to come out for Akers. And we talk about what works. This has been a star pick for them across the season.
I love this. I don't know how Alpha is. I really like what... Yeah, people forgotten that Xin Zhao exists, by the way, because I swear we've seen it fall out of favour, but this champion just got a VGU, essentially, a little bit of a gameplay change, and then he's still as good as he was before. Yeah, so some people have just forgotten he exists, but he's still really good at the Fort Champ. Perfect. I love this from Broad.
I mean, this is really great from Broad. They're already securing themselves a really strong... agency in the early game, getting that Akers pick rolling as soon as they can. Once it slips through the draft for the first time, snapped up immediately. The Gragas and Akers, and he knows he can basically lane into anything with this. I am expecting that Ares pick to come through on 4 and maybe up through an R5 mid lane to give the true counter to the situation. But we'll have to see what happens, because from what we've seen, Broad and Friends are fine taking early losing matchups if they fit compositionally more around the pieces that they are drafting. And this is no exception, because Gragas Xin Zhao is so much space creation for your AD carry. You put on top of that a Rel, not really much that you can do to try and get on top of the enemy AD carry. There's just no space left, as we see the Vayne getting banned out, the Ziggs getting banned out. The QQR's Veigar getting banned out, that is a shout, considering Victor's still up.
I think Inkwick's bans don't make much sense. I actually think the MF wouldn't be good here. It was fine for the lane, it survives the lane, but you're going to have Gragas and Xin Zhao. That's really good for setting up MF, isn't it? Knocking everyone away out of the space. I'm kind of surprised by them actually going for this, as we see the Nasus, that's going to be his answer. He's not going to go towards an Olaf, which is a curve special.
Is it Nasus mid?
I mean, it could be, but I would be highly surprised. It should be Curb or Nasus in top lane, just as like a, you're going to sustain, I'm going to sustain, we're going to chill for a bit. Because with the Vayne gone, what else is he going to go? There's no Varus. He doesn't really... He could have played... Again, Olaf is a possibility, Darius is an option, but the Nasus is locked in. The Ashe is interesting. You just need something that can survive this lane, because I think that they're putting a lot of stuff in the Dragdar basket here with this Ivern, with this Rakan playing around the Lucian. They go for the Yunara. That is a solid laning champion. It's absolutely fine. There is other champions available here for, if they wanted to, maybe for mids. I was sat there thinking if they want a Lulu, but they're not going to go Lulu mids. It's a possibility, but an Enchanter would, an Enchanter mid here would go really hard, in my opinion. I know that's a kind of out of left field, but a Seraphine, a Lulu, any of these things in mid would actually be crazy with the Zins out.
Play some LeBlanc, so like, there is a world where like maybe that could be a bit scary. But right now it is going to be the Victor, something that we've seen time and time again from QQR. Very, very comfortable pick for the Victor there. So again, another pick from Brod that I feel like is just setting up their team. That's crazy. Surely we're not going to go for the late game scaling again.
Do the Kassadin. It's a great matchup. It is a great matchup. As once you hit 6, the Victor can't play the game. It's really it'd be fun with an Ivern. Okay, no. I wouldn't go this. No. Ruined it. I actually like Kassadin Ivern. I like, even though the lane would be bad, I actually think going for this goofy kind of stuff where you've got the Nasus Kassadin, which is a weird double scaling solo lanes. But with an Ivern, I actually think you would have a decent way of keeping Kassadin alive. With the Azir now, you've got a lot. It's more stat. It's more boring. It means you have more consistent damage. But I don't know if I actually like it for how 5IQ often want to play. I can completely get why they picked it. It's obviously a better pick overall and more consistent, but I feel like you've got to throw a Hail Mary somewhere here. And so far, you've looked like you've been out team fought at every turn. So why are you just taking more team fighting and not trying to, you know, like play to your strengths of being funky and wacky? And the Nasus is not going to save you this game unless it does go to 30-something minutes, although Nasus is pretty strong around that level 6.
Even then, the Nasus can just get bounced out of the equation. There is a Gragas in this game.
Yeah,
he's got Phase Rush as well, so the Wither isn't really going to have that effect with the fit slow resistance. I don't think this is as good as a bit of a zinger from Curb as it seems. But let's not forget the Ivern. Let's not forget, like, we go back to what Inkwick want to do. Dragdar's an amazing Lucian. Probably not the best in the league. I actually think Chrisberg is a little bit better, but Dragdar is an amazing Lucian. You've then got the Ivern as well to back him up. You've got the Azir consistent damage. There is ways to play this. Ivern-Azir is a very strong combination, keeping the Azir alive. But we're so favouring Brod because of what we've seen in the last 2 games, right? That's what we're really doing here. Is we're looking for a gotcha moment from 5IQ from the draft, and it doesn't exist. If this was 0-0 on the scoreboard, we'd be pretty happy with both drafts here, I think.
Well, no, but you say that, but also, like, if we look at it, the reality of it, right? Like, okay, yes, Azir, Nasus, a lot of damage, Lucian as well, but like, Yunara is one of the best ADCs on patch, if I'm not mistaken, and like, with a shield wall in front of them and a Victor by their side, it's going to be very hard, I feel like, to get onto that backline, and it becomes a frontline backline thing, and we've seen how good Brod have been in the early game, right? And again, they have the team that scales better in the early game. They have the Xin Zhao to get that early pressure. Yes, Ivan can obviously cause some big problems. I am saying that, okay, potentially, if Notley is able to is really trying to, like, get themselves in this game and really be proactive and try and track Porb down, okay, maybe he turns these ganks around, but that's not what we've seen so far. And I think that just champion versus champion, I just feel like, again, Brods is just a little bit easier to play, and I feel like that's really important right now.
Pretty easy. Everything is, if Chimera is the support, it's all on Chimera, isn't it, Harold? Let's be honest, it's all on Chimera to make the plays on the Rakan. Like, look at how you gotta have to go for a shuffle, wither someone, or it's a Rakan engage. Whereas if you look at Brods, you've got Cask, Xin Zhao can look for a play, Victor can sort of play zone control, and we know how good Zeta is on rail. So I do, as you've said, Jay, prefer Brods just because of what we've seen from them.
It's just avenues of play at the end of the day, where on one team you basically have to put all your eggs in the Chimera and or Beely basket, independent of whomever pilots which champion. Because it's all on the Azir and it's all on the Rakan, trying to find the windows to punish possible overextensions or to try and catch somebody off guard. And I don't know if you are ever going to get afforded that possibility, because it's not like Brod and Friends don't have ways to even cancel said engage. Because you can belly bop a Rakan out of the possible engage. You can stop an Azir in its tracks with that said belly bop, with a Crescent Guard, with a with a crash down. There's so many tools on the side of Broad and Friends to make this unplayable for IntQuick. It's hard not to give the win from draft to Broad and Friends, but we did the same thing to IntQuick last game. So,
but I think Nolte is the big player for me, right? I think that this Ivan is. I know you said that you think it's a lot on Chimera, but I actually think it's a lot on Nolte, because I think that early game pressure is going to be the big game changer, right? Because I do think actually, if you do both gank, right, Xin Zhao versus the Ivan, like there's a world where you can change those things around. You can really have a massive impact with the shielding and the damage that Ivan can do, especially in the early stages, and the fact that you can get on map so quickly. So for me, I feel like it's a lot on this jungle matchup, right, where this really needs to be the step up, because I think realistically, you're not going to get the pressure top. You're not necessarily going to have loads of pressure mid. It's going to be a lot on your bot lane. And if Porp can kind of stifle that, then I don't know. I just feel like it's probably going to be a Broad game. But with that being said, there is only one way to find out if they can come back into this game. Can IntQuick start their path to a reverse sweep, or are they in too deep? We'll find out shortly. Trajan, Temporal, take us away.
One game left for Broad and Friends, everybody. IntQuick with a mountain to climb for a chance to return to the finals in Stoke. And now, Temporal, you had said this maybe felt like more of an IntQuick draft, more perhaps of what works for them throughout this split. I love a Nolte Ivern. Kerberos Nasus makes me feel some kind of way. They've been my favorite players from IntQuick today. And we didn't get the Kassadin, right? We didn't get the spicy Kassadin mid, but we did get Beely Azir. I kind of wish we did as well, but Beely Azir is certainly nothing to sniff at.
Absolutely not. It's a certain feeling that like Zeta's Rel, the Azir has fallen like so far through the series. Like the Zin's out as well. They're still really strong at the moment. I know we're not favoring it in tier 1, but this is more the story of the split so far. It's like Broad and Friends have got Akers on the sponge. That's been present this series, but now we're back to like an on-hit Spark AD carry. We've seen Zeri come out later in Fearless series. We're not quite there yet. We'll have to see if IntQuick can push us. But we're sort of back to something we know a little bit more.
Yeah, I do love an Akers Gragas, I will say. The work that he does in fights on this champion is nigh unmatched. However, does feel like Nasus can probably just happily sit back and stack up the queue and not be too heavily pressured by this, depending on where Porp chooses to spend his time, of course. But when you've got a Yunara that you'd love to be scaling, or potentially even just protecting from a Lucian lane on the other side of the map, there could be some real win conditions building up. Now, I feel like both games, Kerberos has been a scaling win condition on the other side of the map. Oh, yeah. Neither games has he been allowed to become so. So
no, he's not been given the pass.
No, the Nasus again indexing into that same path, but they need to get far enough down that path before it actually kind of materializes.
Well, a nice break I like from sort of the setup, as you mentioned, is Dragtar has been left on his own a lot this series. The Sivir didn't quite reach where he was going. The Kog'Maw was a touch too vulnerable without all of his friends holding his hand. Not even allowed out of Fog of War with that Pantheon locked on. No. The Lucian is different. The Lucian will go to sides if he is so able. And I'm looking forward to a more immediate power in Dragdar's hands, and that's going to be a nice change of pace.
On to the Rift we go, everybody. Game number 3, Broad and Friends versus IntQuick. A spread 5-point across the jungle from either side. No crazy invades. Take a look across the runes and the summoners to see if anything is untoward right now. Choice cleanse from the Lucian against the Rel, against the potential. I mean, I guess the potential Victor as well, but not too much in the way of hard cleansable CC. It's really just the Rel stun, I think, that stands out.
Yeah, it's going to be a little slow off of Akers' Q if they do meet in sides later, but I'm putting conditions on conditions. So, everything has to go right, and Dragdar has to be positioned up in the side for that to come to pass. Most interestingly, I think there's no cleanse available for Spark, so if the Wither does latch on, we're going to be looking for ways to work around it. I think the desk mentioned it's not going to affect Akers so much. If Porp gets hit by that, he's probably fine. Zeta completely unaffected. So it won't be too big an issue. I'm liking Summoner Spellbook for both of the supports. I think variety and sort of these big creative moments where you can start to bend the rules is going to be the name of the game.
Yeah. And with Spark as well, we really shouldn't be seeing the same Valkyrie forward, Arcane Shift forward antics, as we do not have an Enchanter this time. We do have a heal, but that's likely going to be Summoner Spell shifted to something else. We don't have a Karma Shield. You know, we can't be doing that, I feel, with the same abandon on the Yunara as a champion that is not the best at getting away from, you know, hard CC and the like. It doesn't really have great options there. So we'll see if Spark wants to adjust the playstyle or wants to continue playing infuriatingly far up, and if InQuick are able to manage that a little better than they have in the past.
Yeah, although to be fair, you've got more of a control mage behind you this time.
Yeah, we do have the QQR.
Akali not offering the same as the gravity well out of QQR.
That's true.
We are gonna have
Gragas too. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Like the cask on me. Easy.
Yes. Yeah. I'm going in. Cask on me.
We are gonna have a bit of a slower set. I think in both games so far we have had like a clear path into a gank. I think that is not going to come to pass. Either of these junglers. Xin Zhao might have an angle on the spot side if things continue this way, but I think 5 IQ should be well aware and looking to avoid this.
Yeah, they've got a cheeky tri-brush ward to see him coming through the usual pathway. If Pop has to arrive, he'd have to come through the lane or the river. As we check back in on this top side, Kerberos just pushing away, stacking it up. Unlikely to see too much action out of this. Potentially, there could be some tower plays with Akkas using a big barrel to get Kerberos in range. Pop could obviously come up and just use that early Xin Zhao pressure to get stuck in. As a lovely little backstep from Yunara there, getting away from the Chimera W. As we have swapped these two players, Bailey and Chimera, back around again. It is an interesting path. We do not see it that much at this point in this level of play. Didn't have too much of a change. Didn't really feel like 5IQ felt like much of a different team in that scenario. As a flash engage, quick trigger pull onto Nulty, forces Ivern to burn his own flash back to turret.
Yeah, you never think of you never think of Ivan flash like sort of like a Malphite flash or anything where it's sort of a big moment, but a flash Q can make a real difference in the 2v2 with the Xin Zhao. So that is a pretty meaningful win for Brod and friends, despite it not being the most obvious.
Yeah, getting a flash max range Q onto Yunara that gets Kerberos right into the backline in a late game fight. Turns Nasus into Malphite somewhat. Just transport him in there. It's something to watch out for as we step forward. But so far, InQuick have been pretty comfortable controlling at least top and bot lane decently well. Of course, QQR and Beely are going to be likely pushing waves and shaking hands. But for now, both junglers up to this top side. Possibility of meeting in the river, depending on where Nulty goes.
He's thinking about it. Not a great position for the wave unless Akkas really decides to get a little bit fruity. The wave coming in towards him. Dragon spawning up. Not Ivan's biggest thing, really ever, but yeah, possible to get that done solo after level 6. We'll keep an eye, but slower early game. I think 5IQ will welcome it the most.
Yeah, I think it's the games have gone out of control quite quickly before as Yunara takes a fair little chunk of damage. Nice double stun from Zeta though, as Yunara wants to pump out this AoE damage. Has to be careful. Dragdar out of mana. And flash is available on both sides with the wave coming in, so these bot lanes starting to heat up a little bit.
I think Nulty is doing the right thing by just carrying on through the jungle. Shouldn't immediately run everything
there it
down
is.
the bot. Oh.
The Akker's turret play doesn't get that last turret shot that would have forced an ultimate, does at least get the ghost out there, so Akker's keeping Kerberos on his toes.
Keeping me on my toes too, didn't think he'd go for that. Kill threshold was just slightly too high, but can't argue with getting that ghost out ahead of Juggernaut mode at level 6.
Yes. Yeah, we've all had the pop with their ultimate while you're under the Nasus' tower and go, oh, wait, hang on.
No, it's like the slow walk towards you as well, where it's just like, he's coming. Like, I'm 90% dead, but we're gonna stretch this out and see what we can do.
Yeah, you're leafing through your summoners. Okay, I don't have flash. I didn't take Ghost to top lane. I don't have a summoner to get. I don't have a
getting closer.
Yeah, and that's what Kerberos did it to in game 1, right? He just did it on Varus instead of Nasus. So this is the Kerberos classic. You got to be scared of this man.
He walks menacingly at opponent.
Yeah, the most menacing walk up slowly and down smash man that League of Legends esports has ever experienced right now. Has gone into that early back sector as well, so going to top himself up.
On the topic, that is a Daisy dragon that has begun. I think we're about halfway through. Yes.
Not even Daisy, just Chimera.
Not even Daisy, he's just right clicking.
Promoted to Daisy for
man.
this play. We'll just have to tank it up. So this is going to be a fresh dragon to 5 IQ. Going to be happy enough with that one. Nothing has gone majorly wrong. We haven't really seen Pop on our screens so far. So he's about to hit level 6 before too long. But wondering where this Xin Zhao is going to make its first impact.
No doubt going to beat these grubs. He has got a lot of jungle to try and get through before then, though. So it's nice to have the crab. But you have got your own blue buff grump and maybe wolves respawning through too. You can get pretty close to level 7. But I think without kill participation or any soaked up XP from the lanes. Oh no!
Oh no, it's exactly what we said. The Unara slow is strong, but Zeta needs to get there quick sharp. Was rotating to mid, has to turn around, actually looking for a crash down, finds a stun. But Unara without the Transcendence doesn't have too much to offer. At least she survives.
Yeah, Cobros will come back to small mode.
What's happening here? We've got a stun down in bot lane. Cobros is going to live this, but in top lane, Akka's not so lucky. Ended up getting taken down in the 2v1.
And it looked like the lane swap was a little bit of a surprise there. I know we haven't had like super formal ones ahead of Grubs so far. It's always been like 80 carries stay in position. It's just a bit odd to see both teams slightly caught out there.
Daisy having to run a bit of interference for Nulty in that jungle 1v1 right now. So Kerberos going to happily keep stacking up in top side. Akers sheepishly returns out to the mid lane, and perhaps Grubs is the choice. But level 6 Xin Zhao wants to get stuck in, I imagine. Probably not going to be too much to contest with 5 IQ, especially without Daisy.
Yeah. No Daisy. And no one left in the top lane. Their bot lane retreating after securing their Akers-shaped prize.
Yes.
Not a huge amount to be done here. I think this is the first time we're going to have 3 Grubs on one team all series long. So, bit of a win for Broughton Friends.
Well. I think they lost them both times as well. Down 1 and 2. Now, gone there for the latent lane swap, but has now been matched once again by 5 IQ to keep these lanes sort of asymmetrical.
They gotta go for Akers or this is a huge waste.
Yep, here they go. Before we can even pan down, the fight's already begun, and there's just nowhere for Gragas to go right now. He's going to try and clear out the wave as best he can. Ults to make sure he gets the cannon. That's what I call value right now, and he's going to waste a heck of a lot more time as well. Chimera just doesn't do that much damage. He's going to go for more minions. He's going to heal himself up with the Gragas passive. Can Chimera actually finish the job at some stage, I suppose? W's going to be backstepped, but ultimately it is picked up. So Gragas at least making that take a whole lot longer than it needed to.
He's going to get away with it. Mr. Tuckle not going to get away with stealing that red buff. Unfortunately, was not able to complete the crest and smite there. Instead, going to walk back to his own jungle. It's a little bit of a prize to get 2 kills on Akers, but at the same time, decent amount of farm for the Unara, who's holding on. Not as strong as Lucian at this part in the game, but equal in that gold so far. Are those kills onto Akers?
Yep. So far, a modest 500 gold lead for 5 IQ. This is actually, I think, their best early game so far this series, and just executing without mishap is still progress for them when they still have a Lucian that's gotten a kill and can scale into that mid game decently well with the Nasus and the Azir as late game backstops and an Ivern layered over the top of it. We like what they have for us here today. Akka's now finally getting to go against Nasus again. He's certainly having a better time of it, that's for sure. He's just pressing buttons. He's pressing every button on cooldown.
We've reached peak Gragas mode where he's just trying to make sure Kerberos isn't consistently lifestealing. And he's not effectively in combat, but
do I have enough mana?
How frustrating is that to play
get through this guy? It's literally just Akers' mana versus Nasus' health, and Nasus has the ultimate, so it's probably not going to resolve in the way that Akers would like. But it is at least going to slow him down. We've got an ult committed by both sides. And Akers maintaining the health lead, but as you can see, very low on mana now. And Kerberos is just going to heal back up by hitting minions, so...
Gosh, he will get at least half his health back, but... Yeah, the Nasus not enjoying it as much as he should right now. That Wither is particularly useless.
Yeah, Akers cares not for that. They've actually cancelled the recalls as well, and this is... we'll wait for
both of them have spotted Dragon and said, like, oh, actually, he's going to TP one more wave.
One more. This is it. Noticeably not hitting each other anymore, as they were doing a moment ago. We see you guys.
Tables.
Yes, and Kerberos is full HP again. Gragas, no mana, is going to back away with a TP ready. So, Dragon up in 10 seconds.
No way.
We can't stop it.
Is he going to walk
Can
through?
we take a tower shot and stop him? That would be a Kerberos moment. Hasn't done it by the look of it. Okay, he's let it back.
Okay, TP down from Echoes before the fight now, though. So we'll have to keep locked on to Curve, otherwise could join the main
item
fight.
buy. Really would have loved to get his Cosmic Drive done on that back, but just didn't quite have it. Oh, now we're going full committing. No Kerberos ult, remember. Here comes the Ghost. Now, can Akers stay in line? Meanwhile, bot lane Zeta's gone down. Pulp is trying to get stuck in. Kerberos likely to die eventually. They're just S-keying at each other. As Akers gets some revenge, Kerberos in with the ult again right now. Daisy's there and Pulp with no ult left. Another kill for Dragdar. 3 on the board for Lucian.
Despite the extension into the bot lane, this is Zeta coming back with the Spellbook teleport. Not quite to be for Brod and Friends. They sort of ran down the Crescent Guard there, but Daisy and Mr. Tickle, eternal in the fight, able to make the difference without sort of a short timing window. More than enough for 5 IQ to strike. It's good that they pick up the talent, but we'll have to see if they can complete the shoes.
Observer, potentially a Brod and Friends fan, not showing us any of these Dragdar kills. It's going to be easy to forget, I think, that he's 3-0 right now, and into these critical mid-game fights where the moments where Quick lost control of games 1 and 2, they are now the ones where they fed AD carry. Dragdar, as the desk had highlighted, a very, very strong Lucian player. The hands are absolutely warmed up by game 3. And Brod are going to have a tough chance getting on top of this guy to lock him down.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be the focus. In Porp's mind, it's gonna be like, can I jump Dragdar? Can I jump Dragdar? For Zeta, can I hold him down? Can the Magnet Storm get all the way through?
Yeah. He has no summoners right now, so there is a chance if they want to go for this fight. We're rarely gonna have a better time as Akers again. We're just pressing every single button on Kerberos when we see him. Now, he does have the ultimate, he's gonna pop it, doesn't have the ghost this time, but you can see the healing. Suddenly those health bars got a whole lot closer together, Temporal, as soon as that button was pressed.
Ravenous Hydra is certainly an item choice. Could see, like, at the start of the combo, Curb, 0 healing, not able to do anything, but as soon as he's swinging, it's now so much more impactful. And I love it. It's a beautiful change in the sort of priorities of different places on the map. We've got Dragon going down, so jungle is securing the objectives. We've got kills on Dragdar, huge amounts of gold and agency. Akers started that entire sequence to deny a cannon.
Yep.
So that's what's at the front of our top laners' minds right now. The important stuff.
Ulti maybe under threat right now. Has to pop Daisy. Pop her around the corner. Doesn't want to hard commit. Even with a weakened Nasus, there's still a turret under threat right now. And the rotations of mid lane seem to have been slowed down. The demolition charges coming through. This top lane tower might just go down. Porp as well doing what he can, but it cannot stop Kerberos.
We're getting at Daisy as a little bit of a prize, but it is small. Now we're going down. It's real good. That is.
Shattered the walls of reality on that blast cone, but has managed to survive and get back into mid lane.
I'm back from the other realm that we sometimes enjoy a brief visit to.
Herald.
Yes, small prizes for Brod and Friends. They're gonna get the Herald. They got Daisy, so there's no immediate contest, but they did lose the shoes. So Dragdar gonna be able to pick up the Swifties as well if he wants to amplify damage and movement speed. We'll have a look forward to see how he best uses this.
This is getting a bit sketchy for Brod and Friends right now. Kerberos with the ultimate knocked away by Akers. My man is right now. Porp has very little left to offer. He's trying to go for the clutch smite, but gets steamrolled by the Sand Soldiers, and Quick step in, and thanks for the leash.
That was particularly painful. Porp managed to keep the eye against the wall for the longest time. Otherwise, that should have gone down. An immediate use onto mid. Don't mind this at all. I think 5IQ have struggled to get through this mid tower. QQ are having a lead every game so far, and Wally's got a small one here. That tower looking so much more fragile.
Yeah, it's going to be falling down right now. Beely chunked down by the Chaos Storm, but it's not going to stop him. IQ stepping forward now, pushing this advantage, building up to 2.5k. A very different story. It took 3 games to get here, Temporal, but we finally look like we're seeing a bit of that 5 IQ that we wanted. The warmed up carries, the good map rotations, and a draft that seems to give them the options they need.
feels like it's coming together. That's kind of what we asked for. We wanted not just like a strong player or a strong dynamic or a counter pick in a lane. We wanted a bit of action. And with the gold lead 5 IQ hold, it's not like a huge victory right now, but at the same time, they're still playing the game, which is better than we've done this series so far.
Dragon not going to come up for a little bit. There has been a bit of a inflection point for both of these teams so far today. So far, they're just going to be continuing to scale up. And Akers, as much as he did a decent job to find that one kill earlier on, at this stage, now that the Ravenous Hydra is done and the MR is going to start stacking up, there really is nothing my man can do against Kerberos. It's going to have to be QQR and Spark shredding through this player at some stage, and in the side lane, that's not going to happen. So Kerberos is a bit unleashed.
Yeah, he's definitely looking more set up. I'm still slightly worried about the side lane versus QQR, just because they're going to be able to throw their slows on each other, and then QQR definitely deletes the minion wave faster. But if you're in a long lane, there's a ghost over there for Kerberos. The PvP element becomes more of a focus. We'll have to see which way Brod go, because it's going to be no doubt part of their discussion in the next few minutes. Dragon a minute away, and QQR
Caught up on the tank in mid lane. 3 players converging. And Dragdart gifted up another one. Again, a bit of revenge for the last game for Dragdart, perhaps. It's been on the wrong side of that scenario a lot in this series.
Yeah, he's got to feel pretty good. Not able to be picked out under his own tower anymore. Instead, doing the aggression onto the mid wave. Rod a little bit caught out right now. They're coalescing towards this bottom lane, and getting Beely's flash here would be awesome. They are dropping away the mid though.
Spark must be in dire need of a purchase. He has 36 CS up, doesn't have any of the kills, but he's an item and a half down on Dragdart. Beely drops an early ultimate. Zeta with the Magnet Storm, Port flying in. Chimera though can lock it down and push the rest of Brod off. The dive does not land, and 20 seconds now until the Dragon. They really didn't get what they needed.
No, and it's a little too late. I think Zeta's going to have to absolutely recall straight away. They have no real access back into this Dragon. Mid lane's pushed all the way in as well, so QQR's locked down on top of that. Spark doesn't have to recall, but he should not be under this tower when the wave comes in.
No, just go and buy something. This is not playable if they choose to dive. They are going to step onto this Dragon. Focus on the Chem Tech. Give a bit more of that survivability, healing and shielding. QQR poking with the lasers, but cannot stop this one going over. So 5IQ maintain control of this mid game, and at this point it's now going to be Brod having to try and get to that late game, right? You want to get a scaled up Victory Unara to win the team fights, but they didn't give 5IQ the chance to get there last time, so
no,
we'll see if InQuick will be as generous and as polite to give him that chance.
An item and a half down on the Unara, which you highlighted. I think it's such a huge worry for Brod and friends right now. If they are going to play through the fight, they absolutely have to rip Dragdar's head off. It has to be Porp, it has to be Zeta holding him still and unable to fight back. Otherwise, the gold lead, the items realized, is just way too much.
InQuick forging into the bot side jungle, looking for a potential pick, potential threat. They've got this juiced up Lucian and 2 supports next to him. Man can probably do whatever he wants at this point. Brod having to give respectful distance.
Yeah, they've also, on the approach, you've got to think about how to get around the Azir ultimate as well. There's so many questions. If 5IQ manage to approach this fight together like they did that last Dragon, that are going to make it even harder. Brod and friends. Force of Nature completed as well. I can't remember the last time I've seen that item completed. But yeah, Kerberos deciding that the top lane is his kingdom right now, and it's costing Akers a lot, I think, in opportunities where we've seen him move across the map in previous games. Right now, glued to the minion wave.
Unara potentially under threat here from that gank squad. Top support or bot support jungler right now, 5IQ, but you're right, they're now basically just swapping waves, Akers and Kerberos in topside. They're not even bothering to hit each other anymore. But we'd love to see Akers get a chance to be a playmaker on this Gragas. This is some of the best clips that Brod and friends have had all year, have been Akers Gragas plays in team fights, and he's just not able to find that. And Kerberos is going to start knocking on inner turrets before too long as Unara gets away from that first engage. Now have Chimera and Nulti gone too far right now? There's a TP in from Grackers, but he wants to make that play that he wants. Zeta gets 3 in with the Magnet Storm. Kerberos is there too. Zeta's already down. We need to protect Spark on Yunara. Pork drops the Crescent Guard, but he's knocked up. He's forced to dash in. He can't get away. QQR with the Gravity Well doesn't get too much done. Kerberos ghosting to safety. The 3 remaining members of Broad hunting him down desperately. Do they have the damage to get through him? Yunara doesn't get knocked up, but he's withered and slowed, and Grey Screen falls. Broad and friends crumble in the fight.
They had to run out towards Kerberos. They had to try and make their escape. 5 IQ, so much damage, far too strong, and unable from Broad and Friends to be taken out. There's not an immediate win. A tier 2 tower solo over onto Dragdar is a nice prize. I take it back. Atacon, of course, spawned at 20 minutes. That will be their first of the series, amplifying Mountain Dragon they got earlier on. Chemtech, not the biggest soul in the world, but when you've got healing on champions like Chimera, like Kerberos in the extreme, just means a close fight gets even closer in your favor.
Such a turnaround from Inquick in this third game. After 2 crushing, and especially game 2, highly frustrating games to play. They are showing that mental fortitude, coming back swinging here. And in a perfect position to stroll this one forward to a potential Chemtech Soul. Baron up fairly shortly. Atacon already done. And with the champions they have, they should be able to put themselves in a game-winning position very, very soon. As Broad and Friends going to be looking for the clutch answer. It's going to have to be a crazy Magnet Storm. A Flash Akers engage perhaps. Yunara getting to that later stage. And those things all look a very long way away right now.
It's difficult to see how they're even going to get there. Yunara is sort of still building for this team fight, kill everyone angle, but unless you're killing Dragdar quickly, there is no team fight to follow Zeta. Unfortunately, going to be temporarily trapped in the pit.
Yeah.
That was a very cruel Chimera. Nice job.
Yeah, the mercenary Chimera jumping on to this Inquick roster, having defeated it in the finals in Stoke only last split. Swapping sides to try and assure their next finals appearance against the Broad and Friends. Looking a bit more comfortable on the Rakan support in this game, paired up with Dragdar and Nulty. Kerberos may be under threat, but I'll be honest, man, I don't feel I feel like Kerberos 1v2's any 2 members of Broad right now.
Yeah, I don't think they've got those facilities at the moment. No. It's a bit of a struggle. Akers is still glued to this minion wave, and it's really put a damper on Broad and Friends. They are slowly bleeding out gold, while the rest of 5 IQ can play across the map, knowing Akers isn't a huge threat till his teleport is up. He's got to be stuck to that minion wave, otherwise Kerberos is going to walk down through top lane the Nexus. Dragon's going to go over no contest. Let's look across the map. A Baron spawning soon, and Kerberos trying to make headway and get into combat.
Broad and Friends looking for a play, but cannot get their hands on Chimera and Kerberos. The rotation now from 5 IQ, potentially through the jungle. Broad and Friends need to keep themselves safe and get out of there. Bit of top turret damage, but that's it. As the Baron Nashor is now live. 5 IQ with a Soul to play for, a Baron to play for. One team fight could sew up all the major objectives left on the map.
We'll have to see as they all come off of a simultaneous base, or at least 3 members, running towards this Baron. There's going to be vision in mind, Kerberos as far away as possible. Should be able to find an angle here. I'm thinking so hard. Broad and Friends on the approach is going to be so difficult. I don't see a way for them to push out mid lane faster, to get over there into the objective without losing a huge amount of health or position.
Goodness, dude. Dragdar's already 3.5 items deep, man. He's got 3 items with IE Edge, additional crit cloak as well. Like, I'm wondering about, okay, when are we going to get to the point when Spark and QQR can chew through this Nasus Ivern frontline, and assuming that hopefully Dragdar and Velius aren't auto-attacking, because maybe they've caught him out. Can they get the damage down? They can't. There comes the shields. Down comes the redemption, and the Broad play fizzles.
Not enough at this stage. Despite coming together, Mr. Tickle, Notley here, more than enough of a defensive barrier. While it costs Dragdar all his summoners and inspires this Baron setup, it's so hard to kill Dragdar right now. And he's almost cosplaying Spark's setup in the previous 2 games. It's so juicy. You've got to go for this Lucian, but there is so much behind him supporting it, making it impossible for Broad and Friends to make moves.
And in quick, lock up the Baron buff. Spark looks for a cheeky mid tower but cannot find it, as Kerberos is now Baron buffed up on a Saturday afternoon with Nasus. 270 CS, stacks through the roof. We are running out of ways to play this game for Rod.
Yeah, it's a struggle. It's
maybe, you know, maybe if we can find Dragdar in the next 4.5 minutes, and we're getting a mid tower. So you can see that they're setting up Death Crushing. We are going to just try and grab kills onto Dragdar, and if 5IQ gets sloppy, maybe they'll give it over. But if they don't, it's we're going game 4.
Alright, the Baron means QQR is even less effective. He's moved up to the side now, as it's unlikely Akka's can actually burn through a wave in reasonable time. He does not do a lot. It's a real struggle. Chimera coming as well. This is a compromised tower. That's completely gone.
Yeah, we've not gone for the Leandry second. We went for the Horizon Focus. And, you know, against Lucian and Azir, sure. Against the Nasus, not too much to be doing. There is at least Healing Cup, but that's about it. And these base turrets are crumbling. They are shattering in the wake of 5IQ. Akka's doing what he can to pick up some gold on the map before the Nexus is under fire. Oh, that's
so tough.
What is this?
Kerberos started building resists. Poor should survive.
Defensive ult to get back the second in. Here goes Akka's. I don't know if he's flanking or cutting the wave, but he's doing something.
He's on vision.
They are the minions have a periscope on him, just following him through the wave. And the rest of 5IQ just gonna back away. Zeta's gonna look for it, but Azir well, okay, we've ulted Tickleback, and that's oh dear, QQR shuffled out by Beely, and it's gone completely wrong. It's a shambles.
You can't help but find sort of the gentle comedy in Akka's having to try and inspire an absolutely wacky play. He's on vision, and he has to walk in. Got as close as he could with the teleport, but still a bit of a march.
Yeah.
Just to try and see if Brod can find a single angle. Their Nexus towers dropping fast.
Okay, Chimera going for the dive, has to step out of there. Zeta with the Summoner Spell Cleanse swapped over, and Beely is chunking him down. The Sand Soldiers are not to be trifled with. Second turret's going to go down. Kerberos isn't even here. He's just pushing bot lane. So
he wants the extra creeps. He wants the stack.
The game's just going to end. Flash is traded by Chimera and Spark as the Nexus is going to fall, lads. Chimera,
oh
folks,
my goodness.
Are we going to hit the Nexus, anybody? I mean, Kerberos could literally ghost in here and one-hit it. And, yeah.
That might be what happens.
The shields on Dragdar are crazy. It looks like they might get him. Actually, he's going to get one. Can he find the second? Big blast going out of there. And now Kerberos has arrived. Akka's desperately trying to hold the minion wave at bay.
He's just putting his body on the line, you know? There's like a single melee minion at one stage. You could have one-tapped that Nexus, and it's healing, but it ain't healed much.
This game's gotten a bit silly, hasn't it, Temporal? It's gotten a bit ridiculous.
it's fingernails, but why? Why are we holding on by fingernails?
That game was about to end with like 11 kills for one team and 3 for the other at 30 minutes. It's kind of... It's crazy how few kills have actually come through here, but Quick have just been so good at playing the map from ahead that they've never really needed it.
Yeah, they've not fought. Brod and friends have picked their fights, but then when the execution didn't find their way in, it's back to the minion wave to try and keep their grip on the game. And it's kept them in the game, just not really in a competitive configuration. They're struggling a lot right now.
Bit of a nightmare for Brod. Probably kind of wish this game was over. They did get a little bit of money there. They lost 2 inhibs, all the Nexus turrets, and like I say, I'm pretty sure Kerberos could, even now, he could press Ghost and just walk into the base and end it, as that seems to be what he wants. He's withered Pawp and forces the defensive ultimate. Chimera takes a fair old chunk. The Unara, with an ultimate down, can go for it. Akka's looking for a play, but he can't quite find it. Beely slided in with the Shurima Shuffle and puts a stamp on this game. Triple for Dragdar, flashing from Nulty to lock down Port one last time. And they can't even find Chimera. Clean ace for 1 for 5IQ to lock out game number 3. It is not over yet, Temporal.
We thought it might be Brod in finals, but actually it's Brod in series right now.
It's Brod in game 4.
It's Brod in game 4. I think we got this sort of difficult discussion about how much Kerberos should be allowed to influence the game after Champion Select. You know, we're throwing a lot of bans his way. The Vayne's not allowed. But finally, the wacky champion pool has struck solid,
Yes.
and it looks like without Akers able to make a significant difference in the game, Broad rapidly ran into trouble. They've got to rectify that if they want to prevent the worst situation in their minds, which would be the reverse sweep on the horizon.
Yeah, with as you mentioned in the game, with Akers jailed in top lane, clearing waves against Nasus, who is just inevitably swelling in front of you, like, while you'd love to be flash-eing a Lucian, you know, you'd love to be getting a 4-man barrel at Dragon, but we can't do that because Garbrosh has pushed the tower again, so a great neutralizing of the Akers threat in that game 3, and it just gave them enough room to breathe that they just could play it out so well. Dragdar playing with gold on the Lucian excellently. So yeah, it was just a great turnaround for Inquick. Some big champions used for them. The Nulty Ivern off the table. The Beely Azir not going to be available again, but a win's a win, and they played those champions very well.
You get a few extra hits as well.
Yeah.
Zeta no longer on the rel. And Yunara
Yunara
gone from the series.
Yep.
Not a small thing.
Swept away the Akers Gragas as well, not to be seen again. And the Porp Zenjao, right? A lot of power picks dropped by Broad in that game as well. We have to be clear. So let's see what the Nestcaster think about that one, because now we have to go a little longer. We have to ask the questions. Is this the turnaround for Inquick? Was that one mega draft and we go back to Broad? Plenty still to see of League of Legends today, everybody. J-Real, analysts, take it away.
A lot still to see, a lot still to prove, and it's what we said. I said, don't get them jerseys printed just yet. You know, you gotta finish off the series. You gotta win 3 whatever, whether it be 3-0, 3-2. You still gotta get yourself across the finish line. And look, Inquick have been here, but on the other way round. They were here in finals, 2-0 up, then they lost 3. Is it their time to dish out that cruel fate? Well, we'll have to find out. But let's talk about this game, because we obviously looked at it. We said that, okay, draft-wise, we liked Broad. We didn't hate Inquick. We just had a little bit of concern around how their scaling will be. But obviously, they were able to get themselves in a pretty good position, right? We talked about how, actually, if they get Dragdar in a decent spot, especially in the early game, if you can get Nulty really, really around the map, like, this Lucian can go crazy. And Harold, they got gifted an amazing early game lead, and they just never stopped doing damage.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we saw Dragdar getting 3, 4, 5, 6 kills, it looked a little bit doomed on the side of Broad, considering there was no counterpunch coming in. Anytime they tried to make a play, it felt like Nulty or Chimera or Beely was there to try and defuse it, to make it a non-factor. We saw a lot of trading top side. We saw a solo kill for Akers, but then it doesn't matter because Nasus is Nasus. So it really came down to the fact that, in my opinion, on the side of Broad, you had a very limited amount of tools to try and deny the positioning and the healing coming through from the Lucian. He was just able to glide through the fights so effortlessly at one point that it just felt unfair. Probably because he had an enchanter behind him in Arakan, but you know.
And I want to add another point as well, which I think was mentioned a little bit earlier, is that it was a sentiment where Broad, like, they were choosing their fights. I think Temporal was the one that said it. They were like choosing their fights, but they were being quite tentative. They weren't being as aggressive as I feel like we've seen them before. I feel like they weren't getting themselves stuck in, and they weren't getting themselves on that early game map. And because of that, obviously, like, we were just allowing 5IQ to just have a bit more time, scale up, and obviously Azir Nasus is going to be a problem in the late game, Rob.
Yeah. I think I said just before the game started that if you went back and this was 0-0 and you're looking at these drafts, you'd probably be leaning, you know, it's about 50-50. And I think because we saw how good Broad was in the previous game and how good they were in, like, team fighting in a comp where we thought it would be very hard to, we thought actually Broad maybe are just better on the day. If this was game 1, I think we'd be having a very, very different discussion. I think this looked like a bit of a slapping from 5IQ, and I think that Broad didn't do what they needed to do. The Nasus is always going to end up at some point being very strong. Force of Nature is an incredibly strong item for him this game. Obviously, whoever he's facing on side will be magic damage. And then they didn't really weren't able to shut down Dragdar on a champion that we know how good he is on the Lucian. He got those 3 kills early, and it's a disaster, really, because then he's able to play around mid, and he's able to do what he wants to do. I have of now some concerns. You were saying just before we went back on air, J-Real, this is a there's a feeling in the pit of my stomach. You can see me grimacing a couple times already on this section of the desk. I get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. We're going to 5. I love. Listen, Rod guys, I'm not here to flame you. It's just there's like the wind in your sails is just completely gone after this one. You guys need to pick yourself back up and say we smacked them for 2 games. We can easily smack them in a 4th. Draft is going to be weird now because a lot of champions that are for QQR are gone. There's still a Vigar, but the Azir, the Ori, the Akali is gone. The Victor's gone. What's he going towards? And then, like when we look across the way, I don't think 5IQ are that worried. I think the only one to question is Dragdar. We were saying maybe it's an MF moment for them.
Even then,
I'm seeing Jarvan as a huge pick as well. I think Jarvan could be massive here if whoever's on red don't ban it. Because I think that is a champion right now. If you look at what's left in the jungle pool and what's being banned, it's a huge playmaker. And the junglers are the things that make this team tick. And we saw this game. Porp didn't have a good game. Nolty had a pretty decent game on the Ivern. So that's the matchup we're currently facing where Porp needs another good game.
Does Broad take red side?
They should.
That's the question. How
they should.
What's your take on the next draft? Because I do think it's a good point that you're bringing up here, Rob. Like, the drafts are starting to get pinched. People are now starting to have to dig a bit deeper. They have to find things that they don't normally play as much, right? It's what their go-to picks. And I do agree with you, right? With some
that denial of the R5. We're likely going to see a different style of drafting as well, because we're going to see some adaptation coming through. Maybe a top on red 3, maybe something for something different. Just a different angle to take on the side of Broad to try and make this game a little bit more in their favor. Now,
They want a Gnar.
they're going to take Gnar blue 1?
No, but on blue on the first 3 picks. Like, I'm thinking about curb champs. Why the hell would you ban Malphite?
That's this the Gnar or the Jace. That's the two.
Gnar
that
or
come to
Jace,
mind.
right? That's the first 2 that come to mind. And also
Jarvan's
for
up,
me
by the
here-
way.
Jarvan's up. MF is up as well. So these are the 2 I'm looking at because we know how much Dragnar
They,
likes
they
it.
locked
Is
that.
it just-
That's, Aurora's locked.
Oh,
Healy's
okay.
favourite. Oh my
Okay,
god,
so-
this is interesting already with the Braum. They're not
The
letting them.
Braum's
They've been
through
banning
for the
Braum
first
the entire
time.
Yeah, they've been banning Braum Broad. I think that they've been so scared of it, they're now going to take it. I'll now be gone for what could be the game 5. I like it already in that it's a denial. There's not much available, but most enchanters are up, which are bad for Braum usually. There's not
Yeah,
much engage left.
There's not really engaged champs left. That's like what Thresh. It's just not really engaged. There's Pike. There's Maokai. That's really about it. So
You could get funky with it. You could play something like Zac support, but that's going to be Vayne. Vayne already in this draft. That's like, hey, look, I don't do no coaching stuff. I don't do
ban
any
the
drafting.
entire series.
But this is early.
I mean,
Could
you
be
get
bot
to
lane.
flex it here. So weird.
I guess maybe he's saying that, like, look, I'm going to have to pick into blind anyway. Why not do it this early on? They've already shut the smolder down. The Jin... are we just getting, like, pure radies?
Okay, so this is
What's
Vayne
going
top.
on? Oh, my days. So, okay, so we got the Jin, the Vayne top, and the Aurora mid lane to start us off. Jungle and support not being picked early in its first 3.
Is this just a Camille angle on the side of Broad?
It's hard, the matchup. I'm just thinking, if you're Broad here, you've got to take top. You really should take whatever you want in top lane on this R3 because you know this Vayne is top. They're not. They're going to lock TF. I don't mind them playing anything that could just blow up. There's 3 squishy champions, and we've already said the engage supports are very limited, right? We've already said that, which by then logic, the tank supports are limited other than like Taric and if you went a Mumu or something. Like there's very few others than what we've said. So I don't mind a Twisted Fate in that they are so squishy that whoever you do stun should just instantly die. And it does help with Aurora and Vayne because of the fact that you're going to be able to see them through their invisibility. However, I don't know how this mid lane matchup exactly goes early on, and I've not seen much QQR Twisted Fate in a long time. The Silas ban is a bit surprising to me because where would the Silas be playing in that case? Support Silas would be interesting
It is
already.
Chimera, so...
It'd be interesting into the Braum, right? Because like you
Yeah.
go in and get stunned and then die. So I think that I don't mind the Twisted Fate. I just feel like if your top pool gets pinched here, if your top pool gets pinched for Broad, which it isn't, luckily enough, I just want to see what Akers wants into Vayne. That's the big answer here, isn't it? Because if this Vayne is top, which we assume it is, and it's not some weird other arrangement, what's Akers' choice?
I think it should
I'm
be
not
the
too sure.
Camille. I think the Camille is probably the best looking possibility right now. You pair it up with a TF, you make the roams up, you snowball the Camille's lead, you try and make the lane for the Vayne as impossible as you can, and kind of just have to play it out more on the aggressor side because you can't let a Vayne free scale. You can't give a Vayne leeway in lane.
I think that Vi could be a hot pick here as well. With the Vayne being
Vi
there,
actually, yeah.
like the Nocturne banned away, the Jarvan taken away, Vi's got good engage, got lockdown, which obviously is the #1 thing, and Ambassador's banned. So if Vi's still up, I wouldn't be surprised if Broad pick it here.
They should take it. They should. Now that you've mentioned it, I was thinking about that actually in the break. I was like, we haven't seen Vi so far. We haven't seen Vi as much as we'd expect because it's still a very good champion in these kind of games. Vi here against 3 immobiles with the TF ult. The Nocturne ban makes a lot of sense, right? Because you TF ult, you can hit anyone. But the Vi is kind of like a mini Nocturne in that case. And I would like to see them just take it and allow them to fight. That's
Prophet
a cool
strikes
J right
again.
there. The Prophet
strikes
J,
again.
the Prophet, once again shows up. But now the question is again, what is Akers taking? I think he's waiting to see if there's any, if where these lanes go and exactly if there's going to be more squishies. Maybe he has an Omega pick that will just blow open the game. You said Camille. I think there's probably a few others as well. I'm just trying to think about the Vayne matchups now because there's so much stuff taken off the board. Ranged into ranged is kind of odd.
You could take
Shen
the
is not a
Jace.
great pick. Jace is okay. Things like that are all right. The Zac is...
Zac support.
I don't mind. Oh, wait, hold on.
Zillion support, Zac jungle.
Zac jungle, Zillion support. So we're assuming it's going to end up being Aurora mid... it could be Vayne, Zac, Aurora, Jhin, Zillion.
Yeah.
And now they had to take the Zillion, really. That is actually quite a good answer, because how many squishies? You know, they need someone to survive, so I get why they picked this.
work here? No, you don't have target access.
You'd have target access, and the invisibility makes it hard to auto. You're going to have to go for something that maybe... Do you want a weak side R5? Probably not. The Ornn is a pretty insane choice. I really like this. I do like this. It actually lets you fight in lane. This is what I want to see from Akers. No more weak siding rubbish. Let's take it to the top lane range master himself.
Oh, this is spicy as anything, but hey, you know what? Like, I got to say this
TF
quickly.
top,
I'm really cool with the Zac. I like the Zac pick here a lot. I think it's fun. I think it's funky. It's something that, like, I personally have actually played against Broad. You know, it's a vibe. You know, so I'm here for it. I will say I think Zillion is going to be the big pick, right? Like, we've talked about it a lot in the previous games. What's going to be the moment? I think Pulp on this Vi is so imperative, but Khmer on the Zillion in those late game team fights. That will be a game changer. If they can stop this initial attack from Broad onto someone, IntQuick could change the game. However, I want to say late game Smolder is unreal if they're not touched. So if we are playing front to back, there is a world where I do feel like Broad could scale into it and actually be the beneficiary of the win, you know?
No, I have a weird side feeling where this TF is top lane and it's the AD TF top.
It's a win. It's very nerfed though, isn't it? It's not as
they
strong
nerfed it, but it's still a thing. Like ADTF is still good ever since they changed the way the W scales with crit. So
I want to say it's poor, but for me, I just want to bring up.
It's
this
likely
game is on
QQR.
Port, by the way. Yeah, it should be QQR. Port, this game we have to watch. Really, really keep your eyes out on Port, because he can sometimes on Vi overextend, make mistakes, and you've said about the Zillion J, it's going to be a problem. If Vi, overextends and gets onto a Zillion ult, that's an issue. I think that as long as Porp doesn't make these kind of overplays that he sometimes is prone to on this champion and actually plays with his team, plays around the gold card, once that rapid fire is online for the TF as well, you don't need to always assault and battery right through the entire team. You can just take the first target and go. You've got the smolder, you've got the damage. I really like what Broad have brought forward here into game 4. I just want to bring up as well that I think there's a couple champions here actually other than the Zillion. We fully have just saw it in LEC. I think Morgana could have also gone hard here as well for the side of IntQuick. So I think that there was answers, and it's good to see them bringing them out. The Zillion is a great one. But if you're Broad, I think this should be your game to win, because it's comfort. We know Akers plays Rise as well. I know he plays it. It should be comfort. You should be pretty happy with what you got. You've got a Braum to deny Zac engage. Just don't overextend. Please, Brod. I'm begging you. I've taken my meds today and my anxiety is still through the roof. Please. Please win this game.
Harold, what are your rounding up thoughts before we go into game 4?
I predict a 3-1 for Broad. I see this as an absolute win. I am a Rise top enjoyer myself. I think this is a good matchup to put it out, because Rise really excels into low HP, low range damage dealers. And this is the kind of game that you have to pull it out in. But yeah, a lot of the Broad playmaking is in the pop bucket right now. So yeah, Pop really needs to be on point with those seasoned assists.
Okay, well, production, I believe it is time to send it to our casters, Trajan and Temporal, for potentially what could be the final game, game number 4. The picks have been chosen. Who is going to win this one?
Who's gonna win this one, Jay? I don't know. You can't ask me this question, man. What am I supposed to do? Look, I was in that game where J-Real played Zac against Broad and Friends, so the tip is just gank Akers on Zac perma. He doesn't know how to deal with it. He will just die on repeat. So that's our tip for Nulty right there, is camp Akers with Zac. Man does not know what to do.
I think camp Akers is either my favorite place or good instructions. Which is like completely fine. I've got a weird feeling about this game, Trajan. We are in the weird zone. Zillion is out.
Yeah.
But for Broad, two absolute weapons, even on the scale of Kerberos' Vayne, inside the Smolder and the Rise. And the rest of the team is just setup. Just setup. We're not going to see Vi solo kill anyone. the TF is going to be bent to the will of keeping Smolder alive, of finding anyone who's just a little bit too far up. But InQuick have got similar tools in the Zac, in the Aurora. It's going to be an absolutely tense battle. I expect mid lane at 20 minutes to be the death zone where no one wants to be on a wave. It's gonna be a tense one. InQuick, I think, with the momentum, have made a statement that they are here to play today, and the two quick losses maybe not going to be the outcome.
Yes, might not tell the full story, that's for sure. It's just damage plus Zac and Zilean, and you know, Dragdar's got a mean Jhin that sometimes when he's not allowed to play Ezreal, comes out on the stream, and he really warmed up into that Lucian game. Now, this doesn't give him as much ability to skill check, but it's still very, very useful in terms of decision making. It certainly can, and you can use it in a very, very good way. And Chimera on the Zilean, the ultimate I'm a mid laner and a support champion. Certainly we could see some crazy bomb plays. The added mental damage of the use of the ultimate in a clutch team fight. There's a huge amount that Zilean can offer to the pace of a game.
Yeah, and when Broden friends find that pick, it might not be the pick they're looking for. It might just be the chrono shift. There's the extra condition there that you have to be so careful when you extend into a pick as either of these teams, because the crackback is absolutely wild.
Yeah, and all the while Spark is going to be stacking furiously, trying to get to the point where the game does not matter anymore. Now, that does take a long time with Smolder these days. You know, you rarely don't see them hit that execution mark. But you can still just absolutely evaporate with a Zac double bomb combination, with a clutch Vayne stun into a wall when you're trying to fly over it. There's a lot of ways that Spark could get eliminated here, so he's got to have his head on a swivel. As we are onto the Rift here in game number 4. InQuick securing their first win of the series in the last game, stopping Broad in their tracks, and are looking to get started on a reverse sweep.
Would be the dream. Huge tools coming out in Fearless as well. Kerberos' Vayne, frankly legendary. Aka's Rise.
Yes.
It's a throwback, but ooh boy, has he done some damage on this in the past.
Yeah, maybe I think the desk was theorizing on this as well, that like, right, don't let Kerberos do Vayne top game 5, because that's going to be too much of a psychic threat. So let's just give it to him now. Let's try a Vayne answer, right? Let's bring out the Rise. Let's see if we can deal with it, and if we do, we win the series. Cool. If we don't, he can't have it next game.
I think it's really bold from Broad to like do this after the psychological torture of last game as well.
Yeah.
Curb.
And a step forward to try and trade those autos, and does win out pretty handily with the start of this Vayne play. Where's he going? Okay, he's dropping a ward. I thought he was going to start doing the Krugs or something crazy for a second there, but just drops a ward to keep an eye on the port pathing, as you do not want to get caught up on this Vayne top. You want to get a nice, cool, calm solo lane if you can to get some bullying done.
Yeah, you want to be left in complete isolation, so that's the reason for this sort of off-kill to ward. If you see someone go left out of that camp, you know they're coming for you.
Yeah.
So we'll at least be sort of concrete in that. Vayne doesn't take that long to get going in the 1v1. It's not like the 2v2 in bot where you need to like be able to kill someone and then switch your damage over. Oh, that's a combination I'm going to see a few more times.
Yeah, we're starting to see this Jhin Zilean combination. The range, the CC setup for each other is very, very deadly. And the base damage coming out, especially of those CC skills, the Jhin W and the Zilean bombs, a couple of levels go in them, and they start doing hella damage without needing items.
It's frankly infuriating to play against. It's such a,
yeah.
a fast cycle where that can just be ready again and ready again and ready again, and you don't get much done in the meantime.
No, you don't have a lot of fun in that lane. It's just going to be Spark trying to pick up as many stacks as he can. As perhaps QQR as well. They do have this TF coming through, which can at least comfortably sit back and hopefully try to not interact with the Aurora Burst as much as possible. And we'll see how much Beely can put the pressure on to try and keep QQR locked down in mid if possible.
I am enjoying that Akaz is pushing forwards on the top lane. He's not been afraid to sort of open up the mana bar a touch. It has meant that Kerberos hasn't been able to get as much PvP down as we saw at like level 1 or in the first 2 waves. He's familiar with the matchup. He's not just going to let it slide out of control.
yeah, this isn't just let's give Kerberos Vayne and lose the game. This is let's give Kerberos Vayne and see if we can handle it and then give ourselves game 5. You know, it's not completely lost as Paul is going to pick up that top scuttle and a quick Vault Breaker to safety. Gets him out of there with no harm done.
Alright. Jungler's meat at this stage in the game. I don't think either... Oh my gosh, did he just walk through there? Alright, frankly a bit confused as to... okay, never mind. They are going to be able to get this crab out and move back down onto the wraiths. It's a bit of an odd position because you do want to have that first base through on the Zac. Your Clay does get so much faster with the Barmies, which he should just be able to afford.
There goes the scuttle, as requested. Bit of vision cleaned out by Zeta. Corpse in the area. Looking for a play out to Chimera, but a double bomb completely puts a pin in that one. As Porp is ready, was ready and waiting behind there. Gonna move on to his Krugs instead. But so far, they are going to step back. To be fair, to Spark and Zeta, they are doing decently. Given the amount of poke being dropped down on their heads, they're comfortable in CS and not really in kill threat as of yet. So they're handling it pretty well.
Yeah, small to see us under tower is like pretty good, but being able to keep this much of your health bar together while in such a situation against Zillion,
yeah,
fantastic work.
Yeah, Spark is someone that we have sung the praises of. I was going to say too many times, but I don't know if there are too many times you can sing the praises of Spark in the Four Nations, to be honest. He's kind of just that good. He has been the stalwart win condition abroad through the ups and the downs. Spark has been cooking game in and game out. And now, when the rest abroad is finally firing on all cylinders, just enables him even more.
Alright, I take back my slander, Mr. Tickle. It might have sounded a bit odd. He's like, why is the caster upset about Crab? Because if you're going to do an extended play out like this, you've let Porp cycle away through his jungle effectively, and now you're just going to take an early dragon conceding you weren't going to even try to get into any of the lanes. So while it may have missed out an opportunity to gang bot lane or to not be completely on vision the whole time, does mean that for the first time this series, Dragon is going down long before the
route onto Kerberos. Out comes the E there, but a flash away can't keep him alive, and this time it's Broad pulling the clean top dive, traded for that dragon.
Right, not a bad trade for Broad, and it seems like this blue tier 1 in topside is just not safe for anyone.
No.
The red jungler has just decided you're a convenient stop on their path through topside.
Yeah, it is a crime scene every single game. There will be no peace in this top tower. But that is really what you want to see, right? Just look at that CS difference. Holy moly, there's no TP for Kerberos, and the Kerberos Vayne is not going to be accelerating out of this early game. He's got the Phage down, but Akkers is sitting pretty up there right now.
Fantastically so, and you're right, no teleport. That motorbike will not get you back to lane fast enough to make a difference on this CS differential. Across the rest of the map, not a huge shock that Dragdar in the last wave was able to push slightly ahead, and mid, I think Huko is doing a good job of not falling into the PvP cycle that Aurora pushed up once to engage in.
Yep. The TF now with an ultimate ready, TP'd back into the lane, and can be rotating over to plays if needed. We're waiting as Porp just dings 6 as well. What we're going to see out of this Vi. When we had Porp active in the early game, those games looked great, and we didn't see him get much done. When he looked a bit homeless on the Xinjiao, the game did not look the same. Right? We want to see this Vi get stuck in if possible, supported by a TF ult perhaps, to keep Broad's momentum high in this early stage.
Grub's 40 seconds away, so it should be in Porp's mind that it's a pretty good fight up there. Kerberos struggling a bit, and with Realm Warp, you'd expect Akkers to either be the escape route after, which has been the way in the first 2 games, where there was like a close contest, which Broad normally had to fall away from after picking up first Grub. A show of strength there would be appreciated, I think, from Broad and Friends' side.
Both top and mid scaling towards that Rod of Ages when possible. So despite the decent 1.4k gold lead that Brother put together, we're not going to see it really represented in damage items for the time being, but a bit more tankiness on those solo laners as Spark continues to scale. So perhaps they might still be a little light on damage. Of course, the tankiness for 5 IQ is not much to be spoken of either. It's really just the fact that one of them gets to live twice and a Zac passive. As now we're going to maybe
Multi's not
contest
been
these grubs.
spotted yet.
Certainly spotted now when he slaps them together. Beely doesn't get the burst off that he wants, perhaps, but still commits the ultimate. QQR gets a stun down on Aurora. Zeta in with the shield up and can drop the ultimate. Actually, doesn't have a level 6, can't drop the ultimate, as Broad has to back away. The Rise that was dominating top has not been able to rotate first, and Broad are left running for the hills.
Well, Realm Warp used there. I'm not sure what for. Didn't spot it. Don't know if it was cancelled by Kerberos.
Veiny out of it, perhaps. Just I think that displacement just cancels the channel, if I'm not mistaken.
It does. Any displacement at the moment.
Yeah.
We love the 15th edition of Rise from League of Legends. His different strengths and weaknesses. Retake from Broad should be a success here.
It's going to be the 4v4 right now. Tickle does tell that passive, remember. As Pope drops lower and lower, Kerberos looking for it. Pope has to get over the wall. Still stunned, but lives at least. The Grubs, a forgotten afterthought. QQR threatening with a gold card, and Acker still healthy with damage to bail out there, but Tickle reforms and gets right back on the objective. He's going to get 3 for 3, actually.
Yeah, 5IQ make the move without vision into that bush. I think 5IQ made fantastic use of Fog. If you can't get that TF gold card down, you can't blow your ultimate to check the bush.
Acker's a little in trouble. Doesn't get tapped by the Q, and Vayne doesn't have a summoners. Actually, this is looking like a very playable 2 versus 2. QQR's gone down in mid, but this top lane play is still going wrong for 5IQ. There's a TP coming in, but now it's just posted Chimera up into the wrong side of town. He's got level 6, but the Zillion with nowhere to go. Ult pressed anyway for some reason, and this is just going to be more kills into topside. Zeta even ready and waiting to receive the flash as Pope gets that kill credit. We'll check and maybe see what happened in mid lane, but Broad did not need QQR.
Absolutely not. A little bit of a shame that it was 1 for 1 for 1. 5IQ there, just pushing a little bit too hard into the top side. Didn't mind getting sort of Akers' flash and pushing forwards, but at the same time, probably should have left with their lives after a successful take on the Grubs, pushing a little too far and extending.
Really didn't even use his ult. He still got his ult off cooldown. How did he?
Yep.
How did he kill that man? Interesting. We'll have to question that one, I suppose.
Stay? Did he not reset? Surely he reset.
Maybe, and then was watching top or something. I don't know. It's confusing.
Could have been fishing for it.
Yeah, and Beely's going to be happy to receive that one. The Aurora, of course, a very scary burst threat against pretty much all of Broad, to be honest. Except for maybe Brom with the shield up. This Aurora does a lot of damage. As Broad instead building a bit of a bruisery topside with Akers and Pope, getting that damage, but plenty of health to be playing with as well. And the Kerberos Vayne continues to ride the struggle bus in Game 4.
Alright. It's the struggle bus, the struggle bike.
the struggle bike, yes, exactly.
Vayne moving away towards this dragon here, so conceding all plates over to Akers, I think, on this next wave. See the wave clear that Aurora brings? Sort of maybe the explainer for QQR getting caught out a little bit a few minutes ago.
3k seems like a crazy gold lead for this point in the game. This is certainly the biggest early game lead we've seen so far, and we're still only 1 to 4. We've not had more or less action really than any other early game, but Broad have come out of it absolutely stacked up. They're down to over 2k now, but still.
Akers is so much stronger. I think it's sort of hard to highlight until that Rise starts swinging in a minute or two. The level 11 nearly there. With Dragon up, we've seen some sort of weird assignments there where Kerberos started going towards top, then went towards mid, then bot. Yeah, he's going to be the lane swap over. And we're probably ending up with Dragdar on his own again, which is a bit unusual. Smolder with the teleport can at least move around. Getting your AD carries more farm at this stage in the game, fantastic. But at the same time, we're starting to stack up objectives. And second dragon, while it can be sort of drop down the important lists, it's nice to stack those up.
Yeah, and Pope is going to try and even that count up. We saw potential play from Chimera into mid lane, but Zeta's ready and waiting to support QQR, who has dropped a little low and has to back away. No teleport, I believe, for him either. But the Dragon, Infernal picked up another Chemtech Rift in game number 4. I suppose QQR's passive is also putting a thumb on the scales in terms of gold income, but not that much of a one, but still somewhat of a fraudulent income from TF. Bit of embezzlement.
Scales, just slightly. Embezzlement's the word I was looking for. Yeah, just a little sneaky avoidance on his tax.
Yeah, a little skim off the top every time for QQR. Don't dodge taxes, kids. As we see the waves crashing into
no,
bot side.
this mid lane is a cash business. Oh,
Yeah, no
Ragnar.
receipts. We do not self-assess. QQR has never done a self-assessment in his life.
Oh, this is a joke about America that we're going to leave. What do you mean he doesn't know how much tax he has to pay? Bot lane 2v2 restored pretty interestingly. That swap was like one wave. 5 IQ wandering around, not sure, similar to Broad last game, how they're going to assign lanes and waves here. Herald coming up soon. Should be a little bit of a win. Broad and friends. They've left their jungler in the area. We've got time to recall after placing a ward or scanning out if they want. Should be pretty clockwork.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Kerberos is going to get a chance to complete that Triforce before the next fight. He'd love to get it. I imagine he's probably, if not there already, then almost there. But he has been pushed away from so much gold in this game. No plates, way less CS, no kills or assistance.
Oh,
They're
he's
actually
been
making
pushed
a
away
play
from his
onto him.
lane once
Oh
again.
my word, there's no chance! Lovely rotation from Broad, but here comes the answer from Int Quick. They've got damage to offer, and exhaust down onto Beely. Takes the sting out of that Aurora's tail. Mr. Tickle has come in. Oh! Precision switch to port, but a heal and a shield keeps him alive, but now the Rise Realm Warp gets them out of there. Beely is really threatening right now. Cannot get a kill over the line, but pushes the rest of Broad out.
We have to see if the Aurora can make better work of it next time. But with teleports up on this Smolder, wave about to disappear, and Herald spawning, I think Broad will be alright the way that worked out. Akers, you don't have all the HP in the world, buddy.
Zeta with a flash on the spot, with a bit of a whoopsie doodle there. Spot throws the... Whoa!
Menace.
the
menacing.
Yeah. Very. I'm certainly menaced by that one.
Do you reckon
Zeta
it was
not gonna
Flash
have that.
ult? It could have been Flash ult.
Yeah,
but
he
doesn't
might have
have
forgotten
it.
he doesn't have ult or something. Just like, oops. He just sees the window and has to go. Nulty has gone on to Herald right now. He's already got it down to half. No visible response from Broad as of yet. And despite the fact that topside has been all Broad all day in game 4, looks like they might not get this objective either.
Porp just spamming recall there. Presumably thinking he's going to move back onto the map with Akers teleport, but maybe they just don't expect that the Rift Herald's going over here. That's a bit of a missed opportunity.
Yep. Akers.
I think 3v1's a fair fight, Trajan. I'm not sure this is a fair fight.
3v1 plus
the
Herald.
fourth.
They don't have a wave, but Akers is going to walk slap back into Kerberos. Doesn't put himself next to the wall critically and gets a phase rush boost to get him out of there. Well handled by the Rise. Gold card from QQR into the stun, and Kerberos actually needs to be careful. Top tower is down. The Herald not going to make it for another one. Pop looks for a little bit more. Chimera watching and waiting to see if the ult is needed. But 5 IQ have gotten themselves out of there with the tower they came for.
It's a fair fight in the end, I guess. No one goes down, even though it was a bit close. Akers still not able to get this tier 1 tower down. I think Porp and QQ are going to make sure that happens.
Yeah, like let's not trifle with this one, guys. Back the heck off, 5 IQ. This is not your lane anymore. Tower goes even a piece. 4,000 gold the league now for Broad when they got one more kill. Where's this money coming from? It's pouring into the Broad coffers.
That's the Twisted Fate special. He's not going to tell you where he found it, though. That would be admitting liability. Dragon coming up soon. Big amount of bases coming through. Rod of Ages stacking up now for Akers as well. Halfway there, so not quite finished. But does get the Seraph's Embrace as well. Just out of base. That should stack really quickly. Realm Warp up as well. So even though QQR's picked, Rod, singular mind now onto this Dragon.
QQR under a little bit of threat. Gold card back onto Tickle, who doesn't really have any MR as of yet. Akers and QQR could do some work on him. Wolf escapes as well. Quick threatening, trying to look for that opening pick before the dragon spawns. They're coalesced around here right now, and Akers is going back top lane without the teleport, so Broad have got to be careful of a fight without that Rise.
Yeah, the Realm Warp should get him closer real fast. They are just pinging onto the towers. They are just going to give it over. Chemtech once again, so not the most impactful until a fight is close, amplifying the damage later on, and deep into the health pass.
Rise tower damage.
Fine with this.
Yeah, the Rise tower damage does not inspire me.
It's not inspiring, no.
No, he's done something there, and maybe they can catch Kerberos trying to defend that tower if he's not careful. But the dragon will be picked up by Int Quick. Of course, no one has really sweated over a Chemtech, and there's the ultimate from QQR. My mistake, everybody. It's never just Pop. QQR's always there as well.
Cobros hopefully feeling a little empathy for Dragdar between game 2 and 4. Like, if it's an even game, one member of Int Quick must be careful to not be on Fog of War. Right now, that's Cobros. Yeah, how do I farm? It's like, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. It's the struggle.
That's the neat part.
That's the neat part.
He's 50 CS down now. He's got the Triforce done at least, but Akers is cruising towards 3 items before too long, to be honest. He's comfortably stacking up the Roa and the Seraph, so he's pretty hard to kill as well.
Yeah, something I think I missed from my impressions at the start of the game is in this setup where Akers successfully executes the lane, Aurora is not going to be able to go to sides against him. Zac isn't going to make the difference in a fight on the sides. They've literally got to send 4 people up against Broad and Friends' top laner. All Akers has to do, I think, to keep Spark in like chill Smolder mode, where it's just stack up, get your hot cocoa, get the sleeping gown on, and just, you know, just hang out until your opponents are absolutely terrified of a singular Q. Is carry on doing what he's doing. Akers just has to go to sides now.
Yeah, it's that the whole game has been revolving around the Broad top side, really putting the screws to the Int Quick top side, while Spark and Ragnar have just been farming away and
maxing, relaxing.
Yeah, if one of the two of them would love to farm away more, it's probably the Smolder, if I had to hazard a guess, who's now 2 items deep, 200 CS, is going to be approaching, if not at, that execute stack mark already. And now we're ulting into the mid lane. In fact, it's only onto Zillion, of course. Pops an early ultimate for Chimera, as Broad will just pop that root down. He goes into Resurrection. Everyone's piled into mid lane. Temporal. Smolder ult comes across as Chimera will live for now. Mr. Tickle not so lucky. Flash away from Dragdar, keeps him alive on the tower. But Int Quick are in full retreat. The pile up in mid lane goes Broad's way.
2 resurrections and 1 death. That's long cooldowns for Zac at least. With Aldacan up on the map and Dragon still sort of being a stacking in the mind of Broad and Friends, where they probably now, instead of trying to secure the soul for themselves, would like to get Aldacan and then maximize the amount of dragons. You want Elder spawning as late as possible, just to make sure there's no funny business.
Atacon picked up a quick blue trinket to spot it out, and a Jhin ultimate, the first of the game if I'm not mistaken. Zeta struggling a little bit and gets picked away by that 3rd shot. Kerberos looking for an ultimate, locked down though, and Smolder in a bit of trouble. Lovely slap back onto the vein right now. Porp looks for a little bit more. The punishment from Akers and Porp has been legendary this game. Dragdart with a cleanse, can't get him away. Nice double bomb, but the Jhin running for his life down the river. Flash gold card QQR into a Vault Breaker again. And 5 IQ are decimated around Atacon.
I think Notley will just about get away here. Slingshot just being a little too long. It hasn't stopped Porp going to look for him, though, or just take away any of his jungle. Huge flash from Porp there. Resecured the Tribush in the top side for Broad and Friends. And with the vision open, Akers, Spark able to walk forwards once again, where once they were under attack.
Tickle under a bit of pressure down here from Porp. Should be fine to just soak up this wave. Broad and Friends, we worried that the wind would go out of their sails after game 3, but not so. It's a bigger lead than they've ever had before, and Porp and QQR put another kill on the board as the bot tower under threat. Broad fans, who's ready to get excited? Who's ready to start believing? Zeta now with a double knockup with a Rise, Realm Warp TP into the backline, Beely under threat. 5 IQ are falling apart right now. They keep going one by one to the demise, and the turrets keep tumbling.
I would like to apologize about allegations that QQR might be stealing his taxes or cooking the books there somewhat. Yeah. He's actually just a secret agent. 5 IQ just thought, this is a silly fight in the bot lane, and you just see him at the edge of Fog of War like, I can gold card this. I can fix this for you. An unfortunate extension does mean so much agency and so much gold goes over to QQR, continues to enrich Broad and Friends. 11,000 gold, Dragon coming up. They've got so much room to avoid Elder, and they have not struggled to find a fight to this game. Unlike the last game, where target access was an issue, getting Akers outsides was an issue. Instead, Broad and Friends, eager to move forwards onto this Baron and start making headway into a flagging 5 IQ base.
With a Rise and Smolder, propping up the late game. No worries across the board from either of them. The finals look closer and closer. 5IQ are going to have to mount a miraculous comeback if they want to threaten Broad right now. They've got the Kerberos Vayne top lane summarily shut out of this Game 4 in a way we've not seen before in the Four Nations. Port blocking up that second dragon, the Baron becoming a factor before too long, with the picks across the map for Broad coming thick and fast. 5IQ need to find a solution, need to find it now.
His last chance. I sort of feel bad about mentioning it with the way last game went, because they had such an easy time once they set that Nasus in the way. 5IQ. They've sent 4 against Akers. This is the threshold they need to meet. Unfortunately, you still have to get the fight going, because he's just winning!
Oh, 1 EQ, and he's done 1 whole health bar's worth of damage, and he's realm warping back in. Beely with a lovely side switch to get himself back with the team, but QQR now looking for that gold card. Chimera with a bomb, can't stop this. No one can stop this. 5IQ, you're bought into this top lane play. This is what you asked for. And Broad and friends are happy to oblige. Another 3 kills down. And at least Kerberos gets a turret, I suppose.
It's nice to get some gold in. The Vayne well and truly struggling. Oh man, it's just so lopsided, Trajan. If 5IQ are going to even hold on for the next few minutes, it's going to have to be the comeback of the century.
It would have to be truly sensational. And that's only Game 4. It's not even for the series. They have to perform works of true magic to even earn a Game 5 in this series. There's Broad and friends now on a on-spawn Baron. 25 on the clock, and it's going to be down before 25-20 at this rate. 5IQ, no way to contest it, no kind of positioning for it. And Broad, with the pick of the litter, anywhere works for them. Let's see how they can manage the push.
It'll be difficult. I'm not a fan of 5IQ sort of showing up just in case. There is a fat bot wave down there, fellas. You've got to de-push this, you've got to buy time. The characters can do this later on. If the Vayne somehow gets another item, there is a serious threat. But it's still so difficult. That's such an incredible amount of time. It's going to take minutes. It's going to take this entire Baron power play to overcome.
QQR hunting for more targets as Mr. Tickle is going to slip past him right there. He's actually going to come back around the corner as they have another potential catch to play for. The QQR ultimate might be used, but he's going to get stunned out of it. A shutdown secured. They tried it on Akers, couldn't make it work, but this time gets it over the line, and a fair chunk of gold into Kerberos' pocket.
Yeah, one of the 3 big shutdowns. They will pay with the tier 3 on mid. That is a small that is well and truly enabled now. Not had to be in combat too much as Spark this game. Be fearful all the same.
Oh, second pick onto Rise, a decidedly tankier one, and this time the team is ready to support as well. Everything dumped onto Rise's head, cannot quite get the kill. The Realm Warp as well for safety will get 2 of them out of there. Porp actually abandoned. Needs the flash as now here comes Spark around the corner. A flash from Zeta. Kind of messy from Broad and friends, I will be honest. A bit Game 1-esque. Let's just back away, fellas. No need to actually make us sweat for this.
That's the first time I think Broad have had to pull out of a fight of their own volition this game. 27 minutes. That was quite an extended one. So with Zeta and Porp like tanking 1v5 individually for a few short moments there. We've seen the limit for Broad and friends.
Yeah.
Whether we get to see that again, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're 4 items deep on the Smolder, by the way, everybody. Level 16, 5-0 and 2 on Spark. This, I must say, as a series, this has been one of the quieter ones for Spark, really just because it hasn't been demanded of him. He has been the one making huge teamfight outplays in the season to get Broad some of those much-needed wins, but today, this has been a much more passive affair from him. He's been doing his job, doing damage where needed, but has not been the catalyst. Kerberos looking for some damage on the QQR, but Porp's here with the Vi ultimate. They didn't have a gold card ready, but it does not matter. Kerb scrambling for anything this game, even with a Quicksilver Sash. Cannot get him out of dodge there.
He's not give up, he's not surrendered, but at the same time, Broad are banging on the base. Second inhibitor here, a third in the bot lane. 2 fall in quick succession.
goodness, the gold card's flying out, still chunking out Dragdart, who hasn't been able to get a finger onto this game. Top turret falls, bottom inhib falls, mid's already down, Akers threatening from the side lane. This is going to be the triple inhib at 28 minutes. Int Quick would love to return to another grand finals in Stoke, but unfortunately it is going to have to be something truly unheard of, something outlandish to get them out of this space right now. We'll see if Broad want to keep going with the push or if they want to step back. Oh my word! The flat projectiles just shred down the Jhin, and that might just be the final nail in the coffin.
Laser beam was enough. Dragdar taken away the Nexus Towers in short order.
Beely ultimate comes down, damage across the board, the last turret falls, out come the Broad abilities, chasing them back onto the fountain. Kerberos, the top fade was allowed, and Spark seals the deal. Where were you, everybody, when the Broad and Finals situationship finally resolved? That most toxic of relationships, they end up in each other's arms. Broad 3-1 over Int Quick. And they will now be joining us on the rainiest of nights in Stoke.
Third place. Finals. Broad, you've made it. Congratulations. Commiserations, Int Quick. It was a pretty decent run. And I think clearly we've missed Artorias and Prosper. Just too high elo for people like Dragdar. I don't know. I don't know if that guy can do it on a rainy night in Stoke.
Just doesn't have it, man. He doesn't have it. We saw it last split. Like, he's just not built for that kind of arena.
We of course kid.
Yes.
They put their best foot forwards today.
Yeah.
Summer's hard. People want to go on holiday. Life still goes on. And I think 5 IQ, despite a much better regular series than we'd expected, ran the lower bracket, did their best. And today, Broad and Friends pulled out their ace card. I think Ak unlocked, not just attacking, but unleashed in the top lane. We're not talking about Gragas anymore. That did not happen.
Yep.
But otherwise, it just looks so fantastic. On full steam for Broad and Friends into finals, and it's so exciting.
Yep, they keep the momentum that has been building all the way through that lower bracket run. Cannot wait to see what they offer us. Of course, the Titans, I believe as J-Real referred to them as, the colossal Belfast Storm waiting in the finals to see if that Broad journey can end in true triumph, or if it will simply be finals and RPS for them. But for now, let's pass it back to the desk to break down Broad finally breaking the curse. Let's hear it.
It is time. Some things are consistent in UKEL. Is the draft that we think is going to win? No. Is it going to be hashtag Rob out? Yes. But one thing that was not consistent was Broad making it to the LAN. They have done what we thought not possible. Broad will be in Stoke to take on Belfast Storm. Congratulations to Broad. Commiserations to 5IQ, right? They put on a good show. They were a little bit dangerous, especially in game 3, but they could not get it done against Broad today. Harold, it is a big moment right now for UKEL history that Broad are actually going to LAN.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be it's momentous, you know. The last 2 times, it felt like missing out on the action, and finally this time, the promised land has been reached. The promised land, yeah, I guess. But
any kindred players?
But honestly, what a series from Broad. A bit of a stumble in Game 3, but Game 4 coming out with this statement performance from the man in the top lane. Akers with the R5 makes it work. Beautiful, beautiful game coming through from the side of Broad. Just a dismantling of 5AQ. Very similar
and talking about this man, Akers, the MVP of the series. Now, I want to quote a very known person in the UK, Aragon from the NLC. I had an interview with him when I was there in Sweden, and he said, when I asked him what should Broad do, he was like, put Akers on a carry. He's a great player. Let him do his thing. The Yorick and the Rise both picked up, and great performances from both. Got the MVP, and Akers can really do it all right now, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, he may be small in stature, but his gameplay today was rather large, wasn't it? He came up absolutely huge for the side of Broad in this series. That Game 4, the Ack attack was back, wasn't it? The Crackers, whatever you want to call him, he's absolutely been a monster. And this guy, we've wanted to see him show up. We've wanted to see him on previous rosters, on when he was on Ruddy. We wanted to see him be given carries. Stop putting him on weak side. I was told this personally by yourself and Trajan in Nottingham at the NLC finals. Why isn't Ackers playing carries? Well, it turns out maybe he should be doing that all along. What an absolute monster. And I mean, we know right now that in the Broad VC, they're all going to be watching Little Watch Party. League Ops told us they're chanting. They're ready to go. They're ready for Belfast in the finals. And we know Belfast have fans too. They're going to have their owners there, most likely members of, Sea Guardian, the co-streamer should be there as well. We're going to have an absolute tussle coming up in Stoke. We're going to have to get some extra security, Jerry, or might need you as a bouncer on the door to stop them fighting, to stop the fighting, because we know they're going to be 40 Broads deep ready there to support. What a final. We need the energy up in here a bit. This is Broads getting to finals. The promised land. They've done it. There's going to be 5 Broads on the Rift and 14 in the arena, J-Real. They've done it.
I'm just not, I don't know, I feel like it hasn't hit me yet. Broad are going to LAN. It is crazy. I really want, okay, we're not going to get the Ackers interview. I was really hoping we would get that, but we will be able to get something similar on the day in Stoke, which is next week. And Harold, let's look forward to that, right? Let's have a little introspection on this finals. Belfast Storm versus Broad. They didn't meet in playoffs, so it will be a first time these two clash.
Yeah, I mean, these were the two teams that at the start of the season we are like, these two teams are going to be the one in finals in the preview show, if I recall correctly. And yeah, they've made it. This is the final that we were promised, and it is their first time meeting up. It's going to be a best of 5. I feel like it's going to be, after this series, it's going to be a hell of a lot more about top lane. Because as much as Broad were shying away from playing around the Ackers is backers, and he's just attackers at this point.
But I will say there's also more than just Ackers that made the series, right?
Yes.
Like, I do think that it's important, as much as the hype train is there. QQR, phenomenal day today. I think also Porp as well had some really, really outstanding performances, right? Like, especially the Poppy game 1 from Porp. But I think QQR in general had just a really, really good series. And I feel like the thing is I think it's more for me that normally we talk about how Spark did amazing, how Spark really played off, and like the rest of the team facilitated for that. But actually today, it felt like Spark was still doing really good, but the step up from QQR, from Porp, from Ackers was really noticeable to me, Rob.
And I just want to bring up here, going forward, who are the best performing UK core on LAN? Fact, it's the Cabbage core. 4 Insomnias. They won, obviously, the finals when they're on Lions Creed, but these are the best performing players in the UK on LAN. And now you're going to have, is Raider coming over from, I assume he lives in Bosnia-Herzegovina, but, they're going to be traveling. Limsey, if you look at the success of these players on LAN, no one hits the success right now that we see from the Broad core. And that means they've got a top laner in Ackers who can do it all. Back when they won on Lions Creed, it was, they had Bust in the top lane as well, who we know how good that was. But this core on LAN, they're going to be phenomenal. And that's, if you are Belfast, they might be saying, yeah, we're going to win, etc., etc. I don't think, I really have a feeling in my stomach, when these guys get on LAN, they turn up to play. And they can look Fuyu and Mitch across the pitch, whites of the eyes, and say, we've been here before, how many Insomnias have you won?
Indeed.
And in person, it is different. It is different. They can hear the crowd. When we were casting last time, we could hear the crowd.
Yeah, and it's going to be Broad. It's going to be big Broad support in the building. There might be some Belfast Storm fans out here, but I feel like Broad is going to be the winning notion in the arena. I believe that is going to be all from us. Let's get some roundup thoughts from you guys. So, Harold, you go first, then you go to Rob, and then I'll close the show.
I think Broad really showed up today. They had the slight mishap that they had, but this is the Broad that we've seen consistently in the lower bracket, more and more consistently, recognizing that they can play just around the strength, and sometimes they're just better than their opponents, and knowing how to play on that step. Of course, commiserations to Quick. It stings to go make finals one split and then be on the step of making finals and losing at their last hurdle, but there's only 2 teams that can go to LAN, so somebody has to lose at some point. And yeah, really Really, really looking forward to the final next Saturday.
Okay. Any
One
followers for you, Rob?
bronze, 2 bronze, 3 bronze, 4 bronze, 5 bronze, 6 bronze, 7 bronze, 8 bronze, 9 bronze, 10 bronze, 10 bronze. Let's go! Finals! Woo!
Not biased, by the way.
Indeed, Broad made it to finals. They are going to the LAN, but can they do it on a rainy day in Stoke against the Storm? We'll see you there.
Os